Sorry about that. Ooh, that's hot. All right. Phone is ringing. Should we pick up the phone or should we just dial this number? Let's pick up the phone. I'm sorry, you called me onto a hold line? That's when I hang up the phone. Put phone back. If you call me and you put me on hold from a call, I'm out. Brain forgot how to dial a phone. I've used even the last corded phone I had let me dial with it down and then press dial. This is more acceptable because I dialed out.
Hello. You have dialed into Here and There Along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
The Bureau of Secret Tourism. I don't know if that's how tourism works, guys. I don't know if you have I don't know if you have a Bureau of Secret Tourism.
For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more information about our organization, press 3. If you don't remember dialing this number at all, press 5. To hear these options again, press 0. For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more information about our organization, for historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4. To hear these options again,
If I'm holding a steak right now.
For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press
Snake.
4. To hear these options, well, if you're dialed into this here informational resource, then you're a certain kind of beachcombing, bat-calling sightseer. So let's take a driftwood inventory. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For
Could be.
forgotten places,
Forgotten Places sounds good.
press 2. For restless places,
I don't want to go to a restless place.
press 3. For what little we know of the Iron Pariah, press 4. For food and drink recommendations, press 5. For secret tourism, forgotten places are the vital spark. Take no pictures here, nor souvenirs. Write no travelogues. We will discuss these places now in vague and qualified descriptions. For the town with no roads to it, press 1. For the silo of late reflections, press 2. For the monument to something that we don't remember what it is, press 3. I suppose it must have been an important event if we felt we needed to commemorate it. The monument looks like it was a lot of work to put together. I wonder if it was a happy occasion, something we were celebrating and didn't want to let go of, or if instead it was something so horrible that we never wanted to forget it, for fear that we'd accidentally do it again. There isn't a plaque or anything.
Well, we've clearly forgotten it, so that didn't work.
Didn't think we'd need one. For a diver's guide, for secret tourism, forgotten places are the vital spark. Take no pictures here, nor souvenirs, write no travelogues. We will discuss these places now in vague and qualified descriptions. For the town with no roads to it, press 1. For the silo of late reflection, there is a silo so tall and strange that it can take years for an echoing word to bounce from bottom to top and then bottom again. If you wait patiently, you may overhear the conversations of earlier visitors. I once had an argument there with a dear friend, but I forget what it was about, and we haven't spoken since. Maybe I'll go find out someday. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places, press 2. For restless places, press 3. For what little we know of the Iron Pariah, press 4. For food and drink recommendations, press 5. To return to the main menu, press 6. To hear these options again, press
Is this just
0.
a phone tree? Is that all this prologue is going to be? I mean, it's press 0 because Kentucky Route 0, right?
To underwater islands, press 1. The Iron Pariah is just what she's called along the Echo River. Of course, she once had another name, but it's been scratched away, maybe out of shame? Or maybe she took a bend too sharply and left her true name on a rock.
How big is this Iron Pariah?
What else? We know she was in the war, but neither side would claim her. We don't know if anyone
Is it a boat? Oh, do we get to go to a wrecked boat?
The water and commands a wide berth. Tourists, if you hope to document the Iron Pariah, I fear you will be disappointed. She has a beguiling way of vanishing from photographs. Steer to shore and let her be carried along in silence.
Ghost ship.
I wouldn't dare to.
Yo, I'm down for some ghost ship exploration.
For a diver's guide to underwater.
I used to love going to the ghost ship in Wind Waker. Very different than obviously this game would be, but
Press 2. For
we did Forgotten
restless
Places, we did the Iron Pariah.
Press
What was number 5?
For what little we know of the Iron Pariah.
5. Food and
For
drink.
food, press 1. For drink, press 2. To return to the main menu, the water is fine, but more adventurous tourists will surely be looking for stronger stuff. Move quickly along past any strangers with cheap bourbon flasks. You can get that hard times rot gut anywhere. If you're traveling by boat, you'll want the
It just occurred to me that Hard Times really is just picking up people on Hard Times to work for them indefinitely.
The rum colony, wholly devoted to the stuff.
The rum colony, I'm fucking in.
Mixed with sugar and bright colors. I've heard it's excellent, but I never drink the stuff. I take my spirits clear. For a diver's guide to for food, if you plan your journey along the Echo to be a slow and thoughtful one, you will surely want to eat. It's true, and even advanced preparation can still fail you. Maybe the food you've packed will fall in the water and be spoiled.
This cup gets so exposed that it darkens me to actually kind of a more correct tone.
The water sustains all travelers. Catch it yourself in the river, or have something prepared for you at this place out on the lake.
A lot of ums and hms for a pre-recorded message.
It's called, well, it's out on Lake Letha.
So we're going to Lake
You have
Leth.
to
I
be
wonder,
out
we're
there
probably
when
going to
the
see the
water's
boat.
deepest. If you go early
Probably
in
find the
morning,
restaurant.
You might see the diver bring in his nightly haul. Weird creatures
Probably going to meet the
from weird
diver.
depths. Fish, crabs, jellies, things we don't have proper names for at this
Stop eating,
elevation.
sea
Salmonitis. That's the name of it.
salmonitas. We're gonna
Dives,
find
island
salmonitas.
folks. Unique fare and uncommon conversation.
But yeah,
Say
things you
nothing
pull up
of
from
the
the ocean
decor.
that you don't have the name
If you
for,
do
maybe you
stop
shouldn't eat
by,
them.
tell
So
them
a lot
I
of
said
them's gonna be
hello,
like
and that they're always in my
worms and
thoughts
filter
prayers.
feeders. Things you probably don't want to
For a
eat.
diver's guide to underwater islands.
We didn't do
press.
restless places.
For the cluttered place, press 1. For the flooding place, press 2. For a list of the places where people can't sleep, press 3. People
Okay.
can't sleep in the wet grass or on the bridges of New Königsberg. They can't sleep anywhere near Lake Lethe because it's too large. Nobody can sleep with their toes in the river because it's too cold. People can't sleep where I sleep because I'm all knees and elbows, and anyway, there isn't enough room for both of us. I'm not sure if anyone can sleep on the deck of the
Sounds
Monkey
very
Mammoth,
lowly.
but I'm certain they can't sleep on the trash barge because of the smell. If you have anything to add, please call us back with extension
I was expecting like
7360.
motels and shit that are like haunted.
For a diver's
Oh wait, what was
guide
that?
to underwater
7360?
islands, press 1. For
7360.
forgotten places, press 2. For restless places,
We're gonna need that.
press 3. For the cluttered place, press 1. There is a place that regularly floods.
A floodplain?
I first saw this.
We're gonna build
place
some houses
years
there because
ago
that's how humanity
when
likes to
an
roll.
acquaintance of mine, an artist, built an installation there.
An install. Oh,
The work was very complicated.
it's what's her name? We
All
just
her
met her.
artwork is. I
Lula.
remember it was made from huge piles of recycled newspapers.
So they would melt when it
Unfortunately,
floods.
she wasn't able to complete it before the flood came and wiped it out. The next time I passed by this place, it was full of young men and women on bicycles. They'd built a track weaving through the soggy ruins of my acquaintance's flooded artwork. The rising water level quickly made it too dangerous to ride in anymore, and many bicycles were crashed and abandoned. The last time I saw the place, it had been repurposed to store handmade pottery earmarked for sale out of state. By the time I arrived, there was just a pile of ceramic fragments dashed by floodwaters against rusting bicycles and gray pulp. I've heard recently that this place has been reclaimed again. Surely this time, things will be different. For a diver's guide to
There's something
underwater
very
islands,
human
press
about,
1.
man, this place fucking
For
flooded,
forgotten
everything got
places,
destroyed. So we built new shit there, and then it got
For
flooded and
restless
destroyed.
places,
We put some other shit there, and then it got flooded and destroyed.
Of the iron for the cluttered place, there is a place always cluttered by debris floating along the water. Otherwise, it's unremarkable. In fact, the only way to find it is to notice that there happens to be more trash there than anywhere else around. I wonder why that is. For a diver's guide to underwater islands. Perhaps it's the violent displacement of natural gases. Perhaps the river tilts to face the moon, slowly changing the angle of its surface over time. Some sailors blame corked rocks. Whatever the geological explanation,
Corked rocks?
the islands
Like floating
of the
rocks?
Echo River are mostly transient, rising and diving on some inscrutable schedule. The following islands are presently underwater. The Green Island. Island number 8192.
Exactly
The
8
entire
kilobytes.
7 plus or minus 2 islands archipelago. New Königsberg. Rock of Magnets. Island of
Rock of
Trivia.
Magnets. That'll sink iron
Nelson's
boats.
Island. The Beasley
Nelson's Island.
Keys. Rock of Boredom. Water Tree Keys.
You'd easily hit a magnetic rock
List is
if
current
you don't have
as
some
of
Lord Kelvin's
now.
balls on your ship to
For a
protect
diver's
your
guide to underwater
some of
islands,
Lord Kelvin's
press
balls to protect
1.
your compass.
For forgotten places, press 2. For restless places. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press
So what was
1.
it? 7360?
For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4. So, you're probably not in any danger, but why are you holding that snake? If you're involved in an exchange of some kind, press 1. If holding the snake is part of your spiritual practice, press 2. If you don't remember why you're holding the snake, press 3. Okay. What's the last thing you remember? Please describe your memory in as much detail as you are able, paying particular attention to any smells and sounds you may recall.
Wait, is this a man?
Were you
Not a
breathing
recording?
through your mouth or your nose? What did the air taste like? And so on. Feel free to call again with extension 1618 and tell us the whole story.
618.
All right. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work on this here snake situation. What you're going for is a kind of gestural conversation. Don't worry. I'll lead
So I'm
you
going to talk to the
it.
snake?
Give that snake a name and look her right in the eyes and say her name. I'm going to go with Delia for the purpose of demonstration, but you pick
Delia it
a
is.
name.
Or we can call it, I was
Follow
thinking
along
Billy,
with me
but
here to the best of
or
your
Billy.
ability. Delia, take it easy now. What if all of this is just a reflection of a reflection?
We're going to have a
Now,
high
hold
talk with the
silence
snake?
while she processes that metaphysical curveball. Okay, what's Delia up to now? If she's staring right back at you, press 1. If she's wriggling around, press 2. And if she's just kind of limp, press 3. Good. Now you got her attention. Now, leading with your shoulder,
Are we gonna
slowly
dance with the
tilt
snake?
body to the left, always maintaining eye contact. Adjust your feet as necessary. You want to do a full rotation over several seconds. It's normal to feel a bit self-conscious. Try not to get tangled up in the phone cord, or next time plan ahead and use a cordless. All right, where are we at? If the snake is breathing heavily, press 1. If she's curled around your forearm, press 2. If her tongue is extended, press 3. Okay, I want you to tense your arm muscles and then relax them, one by one. Take slow, shallow
What are we
breaths.
doing to the snake?
Tense.
What do we try to convince the snake is happening?
Relax. Try to focus all your thoughts on that blood coursing through your arm veins. Forget Delia is even there. Just you and your blood. There you go. Delia should be in a kind of a calm, thoughtful state now, so you can move on. So, put that snake in some grass or something. Let Delia be free, like a snake should.
Free the snake.
And go ahead and wash your hands if you care to. I would. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna. For different types of water, press 1. For the language of bats, press 2.
The language of bats, you
insect
say?
interactions, press 3. To return to the main menu, press 5. If you stop your boat somewhere cool, you may find yourself swarmed by insects.
So many mosquitoes.
You may swat at them, or cover your face, thinking they're all trying to bite you or buzz in your ear. But these insects are more interested in each other than they are in you. In fact, they've already forgotten you. They're back
trying to bang?
chasing each other, breeding, competing over resources. Their minds are so shallow that while you've been standing
Unless they're
there
mosquitoes.
with your hands raised
If
to your
they're
face,
mosquitoes, they're for
they've
you.
begun to think of you as part of the landscape, a funny-looking rock. This is what they sound like.
Oh, I thought he was gonna start buzzing. Also, that's loud as fuck. Oh, the game mask is on. Oh, wait. That was, I had that on for, Slay the Spire. Why is it peaking? It's only getting louder. The fuck, game? How long do you think this is? And is there a payout for listening to the end of this insect track? I like to play with the cord, twirl it in my finger, or something. I think we're gonna have to hang up and call again. Apparently we found a dead end in the tree that traps you. Oh shit, we got dialogue. So weird too. I could use a taco or something. I feel kind of overwhelmed right now, you know? Too many options? Use a taco or something. Oh, that's right. These are the same three who have been in more than one thing thus far. Interlude. I don't remember what voices I was using for them. I'm starving. I had all that jerky. Seafood sound okay, or maybe a drink. There's supposed to be some sort of flooding cave nearby. I could get into that. We can grab some stuff. Some coffee at a gas station along the way. Think they charge admission? I'll spot you. It's probably free, though. You're an angel. Cool. Ready to go. Let's take a minute. Because we want to see what the extension said.
The number you have dialed is not real.
Alright, we're gonna try some of the extensions. Will.
dialed into Here and There Along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
Bureau of Secret Tourism.
For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more, now is the time to dial an extension.
Let's go 7.
All right then. Tell us why you can't sleep. When you're finished, press the 0 button.
Wait. Game can't hear me, right? I don't think I gave it microphone permissions. Then again, when it's Windows, probably don't need permission, it's just listening all the time. Hi, game. I assume you can hear me. Why can't I sleep? Breathing problems. Sometimes you feel like something's trying to choke you. It stops you from sleeping. 0.
Welcome home.
Nope, did nothing.
For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora, for different types, many find learning the language of bats to be intimidating. But it's really pretty straightforward. The most difficult part is getting your ultrasonic pronunciation right. See, bats have enormous, complex ears. For us, it's more of a struggle. Here, let's try some useful phrases. Repeat after me so you can practice.
Are we about to hear some very high-pitched sounds?
Here's how you say, I don't know where I am. Okay, here's how you could ask, haven't we met before? Great. And here's how you say, sorry, I must have left it in the boat.
What kind of negotiation am I having with this bat where I forgot something in the boat?
Now, a very useful phrase. It's a shame we didn't record that. Every conversation has to end. So here's how to say, I will write that down in case I forget it later.
Am I becoming a bat stenographer? What?
For different types of water, press 1. For
This
the
is like,
language of bats,
there's a whole department of
press
these
2.
peeps at
For
Wayne Enterprises for dealing with
interactions, press
Bruce
3.
Wayne.
To return to the main menu, press 5. To hear these options again, press 0. Many find learning the language
Oh, that was
of
bats again?
to be here. Here's okay.
Faster.
Great.
I would like to. Should I? I could have hung up, I guess. But the ringing time
Every
is long.
conversation has to end.
I just want to go to option 1 and then we could be done. Heard every.
For
We've not
different
heard
types
everything.
of water, press 1. For the language of bats, press. The Echo River is best known for its plentiful waters, not their volume, but their diversity. There's surface water, deep water, big water, and small water.
Are the subtitles just mistimed for everyone?
Slower water, water in a cup. There's the water you know about, the water you don't know about, and the water you only assume exists due to indirect evidence like a rumbling sound behind the rock. Cool water, but also warm and even warmer. Water that gets things clean. Water that only makes things dirtier. Water's both soft and hard. Water in living bodies. If you come across any other kind of water, be very careful. Call us back and dial extension 0464 just to be safe. For different types of water, press 1. For the language of bats, press 2. For different types of water, press 1. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1.
Other types of water are dangerous. What was that? Oh shit! I wonder if that's actually important. I wonder if we're gonna encounter water. This game is very linear, so it's not gonna matter. But it'd be very interesting to know if I encounter something that's not on that list, if it's actually something to keep in mind.
Press 4. To hear these options again, press 0.
That was 3.
For a catalog of subterranean birdsong, press 1. For help identifying
animal sounds.
something that's happening in the dark, press 2. If you are hearing organ music, press 3. To return, lucky you. Does it sound like this?
Is it a ghost organ player? I don't know if I'd consider organ music to be animal sounds, though, Gabe. Like, that is the question here. Your animal... If an animal rolls up to you and starts playing organ music, I would be a little concerned. I think everyone should be a little concerned. I think we found another dead-end trap. I assume it's just going to continue being organ music. Just a minute. Gonna fuck with this phone a little bit more. Can't speedrun this tree, huh?
Dialed into here and there along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
I gotta call the pizza place.
For a menu of our resources, the Bureau of Secret Tourism is supported by a generous population of river creatures whom I fix up and grill as necessary. I am environmentally minded,
Okay.
and I believe all creatures are equally deserving of support in their transition to the next world. So I usually try to sing a little elegy like, small water creature, crab or frog, now you know that sleep is all around us, like a muggy, tranquil fog. Something like that.
You sing to the animals before you eat them.
I come up with these songs when I'm hungry in a sort of transcendental fasting state. but I've actually just had breakfast. A debt of gratitude is also owed to the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces, who unselfishly and unknowingly donates this here telephone line for the purpose of this here informational resource. You can always find the latest secret tourism literature
Okay.
in any of our unmarked
We have a
kiosks
brochure.
or any
We just
other
haven't
old place
gone to
that
any of
happens
these
to
places
lay.
yet.
That's all I have to say about that. Hey, do me a favor. When you get a chance, call us back at extension 1928. You can press 0 now to go back to the main menu.
928.
You can press 0 now to go back. Welcome home. For historical sites.
Press 1.
along
Forgot to the
Echo
rivers,
River,
flora and fauna. Press 2.
1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna.
I pressed
press
3 and got a
2.
different menu than last time.
For a catalog of subterranean
Press
birdsong,
1.
press 1.
Thing of the
For
Dark.
identify
Organ music
something
3.
happening in the dark. Press. The wet, rocky contours of the Echo River make for sometimes baffling reverberations that turn mundane sounds into weird, rattling symphonies. Like that. It can be a challenge to pick through the clamor and recognize even something as simple as water dropping in a metal bucket, especially in the dark. Here are some examples. When you hear a sound you want to know more about, just press 1. At any time, you can press 5 to stop. That was someone burning a phone book.
Someone burning a phone book.
That was a phone ringing underwater. That was a motorboat's propeller failing. That was dirt being thrown on the lid of a coffin.
Oh, jeez.
And that was a canoe tipping over from several miles away.
Several miles away. That's one hell of a dramatic canoe flip.
That
Footsteps.
was someone burning a phone book.
Again.
That was someone tearing up an electric bill. That was a phone ringing underwater. That was a motorboat's propeller failing.
So you can press 5 at any time to leave, right?
For a catalog of subterranean birdsong, press 1. Now I'll play you several recordings of Echo River birdsong. When you hear a song you want to know more about, just press 1. At any time, you can press 5 to stop. That's the American grid piper. Huh? I thought they were extinct.
The air raid bird?
That's a mourning hummingbird, so named because they bury their dead.
The morning hummingbird buries its dead. What? First of all... There's no such thing as the morning hummingbird, as far as I can tell.
You've got a gray-beaked grouse there, not my favorite bird. That's just a pigeon. For a catalog of subterranean
Yep, I
bird
think we're done.
song, press
Although we could
1.
dial some extensions.
For help identifying. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For his...
Oh, we're done. Cool, ready to go? Ready to go? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Even unlocked for who knows what. Play Act 4. Let's go. We were crossing the river on a barge. Animatronic mammoth grinds and sparks. Oh, it's animatronic. We got a old bearded man here in some swimming trunks or shorts and a hoodie. Manual 5.4 Context Backlash. General wear on the gestural gearing mounting apparatus may result in undesirable play between teeth in the context and history state machine gears, causing stuttering, slippage, resetting, skipping. Well, I guess it could be slippage. If left unresolved, gear slops can gradually throw limbs out of alignment, blend emotions, and decontextualize gestures. Also see sections 1.8 General Troubleshooting and 5.3 Gesture Context. Okay, troubleshooting there. Oh, Will was the one on the phone, the phone voice recording. Well, I don't know if I can do his voice. I guess I'm close enough. General troubleshooting. Technicians of sufficient talent and experience may skip this section. General troubleshooting techniques include applying a cold washcloth until the hue becomes transparent. The hue of what? Observing until the stability clears up, or tapping on exposed metal with a wrench. That'll do, book. Throws the manual into the river. Maybe I ought to read it back to front. Ah, Savior, our friend here is in a bad way. Any insights? Junebug. Yeah, I was doing a 30s gangster for her for some reason. Oh, stay clear of those high voltage days. Time to put that mammoth out the pasture. You see? Time to put that mammoth out the pasture, Will. Oh, I feel certain she's got a few trips left in her. If only she had more capable surgeon. Sadly, the mechanics in short supply down here. I think the setting is too romantic. It scares them off. What brings you down to the Echo tonight? Oh, I always end up here eventually. River's like that. It always has been. Picked you up at the Bureau tonight. Never seen you that far upriver before. Hope that doesn't mean you're traveling on the Zero. Yeah, have you been there? The Zero. Oh, not me. This old river rat steers clear of weird highways. I've been traveling the river for more than half my life, more or less alone. Think I've seen it change quite a bit in all those years, but I can't say for sure. The water has a particular way of making a person forgetful. Some nights I remember a place, but it's full of strange new people. Some nights I meet an old friend on an unfamiliar shore. I wonder which kind of night this is. Act 1 scene, Act 4, Scene 1, let's go. The Mucky Mammoth. Kate? Will? Who am I playing as? Oh, playing as Shannon. Right? How's that cold river spray treating you? I thought I saw you squinting. It's a hard water, you know. Hard on the eyes, still irritates mine a little, and I'm piloting a tugboat through it 6 nights a week. Don't be too shy to close them up in public, your eyes, I mean. People just assume you're thoughtful. You need tea. Oh, dried renshi, definitely. Split gill powder, maybe toad. Just kidding. Turkey tail fungus, pomegranate, sun-dried oyster cap, and shiitake. What are all those for? How far are we from Dogwood Drive? Eye strain. Dried renshi makes the taste of the rest of it. The sun-dried oyster cap, in particular, has an eccentric flavor profile. It's mushroom-based. I'm a big believer in fungal pharmacy. Is that your dog? Yeah, that's Valkyrie. I call her Val. She's a rescue. Isn't she dignified? I've always thought so. Is that your cat below deck? Huh? I thought it was your cat. He came aboard with you at the bureau. Well, it wouldn't be the first time some strange animal hitched a ride. I hope you enjoy the trip on our little mammoth. Take advantage of all the amenities, fresh air, cozy bugs, hot tea, and the video room. There's some pretty interesting tapes down there. Unusually, I mean, weird. Watch out, that VCR doesn't take your hand off, though. It's untrustworthy. What's wrong with the VCR? I could take a look. Oh, please do. I don't know anything about electronics. Maybe try a few different tapes. You will get the picture. Hey, do me a favor. Go ask Will how the repairs are going and if he needs anything. We're coming up on the next stop here. Just refueling and picking up a few things. I could grab a bolt or some wire or something, whatever he needs. Well, eyes on the road. Ha ha ha. Oh. What's up, Will? We're on mold and whiskey and feed. Fed and... Oh! What gears? What gears? Probably, who knows? First thing I tried anyways. Down here, this little blue box, it's called the gears, out and dried each one by hand. And I loaded them back in again. Did you lubricate the gears? Or are you just dry running the gears? That took care of the grinding sound, but her trunk keeps doing that sparking, clanking, weeping thing. To be honest with you, I'm not really qualified for this work. Kate's a friend, and you know how it is, don't you? Kate was asking if you needed anything when we stopped. Oh, I don't know. Scratch ticket. How do you two know each other? So, ever walked through a rolling farmland? Here along the highway. Along the highway, that's what I mean, or smaller roads. Well, I sure did. I slipped under or over fences, and I walked barefoot with the seed they were just planted, and tilled the earth with my toes. Hey, I should tell you where I left my shoes. You know I'm classically trained organist. It's true. Look at all these long fingers and pedal-griping toes. Minor in French literature earned me a position teaching patois to Zola at the university. What? The kid is back. Well, some shitty governor cut state funding for our department, and I was demoted to mopping floors, running wiring through walls or in dangerous places. I even operated the soundboard at the student theater. Left my shoes there at the university. It was a protest. Walk without shoes for something important or tragic. Ended up by the shore, and soon I was drifting along the Echo. Ran for a while above ground, and then it ran for a while above ground. So we're underground. Anyway, freight brings me along, and I record what I see and hear. I try to help with maintenance. I drop off the mail and pick up the trash. On occasion, I take the helm. Anyways, that's all I try to remember anymore. I listen to the river stories, and my own stories get fainter. Well, I'll just keep drawing gears, I guess. Ezra runs up the shed and... Whoa. Slow down. It's a slippery deck. It's slippery up on deck. You have batteries? Yeah, of course. What for? Johnny said I could use his tape recorder, but it needs a battery. Oh, fun. Well... Shannon reaches her pockets. Here's 4 different kinds. Surely one of these should fit. Thank you. Oh, she's dipping. Got your battery, small man. Go get you some tape. Oh. Okay. There's blue. Go up. That's a no. Do all doors lead to the same cabin? I assume so. It's not a particularly big boat. Tug. A rather large tug, but it's a tug nonetheless. Musicians. Hey. Kitty. Can't pet the kitty. Go up top. That's a no. Really? You were in trance. Don't you remember this? It's okay. We've all seen a lot of concerts. Kinda open. His tape machine was broken or something. It's got real cosmic. Right, at the flower shop. That show. Just... Sorry, Clara. Oh, you have a second chance to hear it tonight. That was fast. You got the batteries. Perfect, this one will do. So you hit this button here to record. Hold it right there so you don't cover the microphone with your hand. Bet you'll find a lot of good sounds just around the tugboat. There's plenty of tape in there, so don't be stringy with it. Just record anything that catches your ear. It really changes the way you listen for the better, I mean. How long's the trip? To Claire, are you playing a concert tonight? I can record that. Oh yeah. Claire came all the way from Lithuania just to do this Echo River gig. It's a tour. Tomorrow I'll be in Nashville, and then Atlanta, and then over to the coast. Brutal. We're lucky she's making a stop. Johnny and I saw her play once, and I remember loving it. Johnny was moved. Speaking of Chrono, his night at the Rum Colony. It's his night at the Rum Colony. Kate said she usually stops off there. Well, that's ideal. I'm supposed to meet a lady there to look at some old engine parts about 3 hours ago. 3 hours goes fast at the Rum Colony, ma'am. I bet she's still there. I hope we don't stop there too long. My concert's soon. I don't want to keep them waiting. Nah, it's river time. Nobody expects you to be punctual. Hey, why don't we give that tape recorder a try? Oh, no, to Ezra. Hey, why don't you go give that tape recorder a try? See if that cat over there has anything he wants to say. I often use found sounds in my music. If you try some interesting sounds tonight, you can help me. If you find some interesting sounds tonight, you can help me out. Alright. Get it. Robot leg. You got a robot arm now. Is this what he's in debt for? He's in debt for the legs, he's in debt for a drink? Conway. You know, it's the strangest thing. I can't remember why I came up here. Maybe you should slow down. Nah, I'm good. Just that thing about, what was it, when you walk through a door? When you go into the kitchen for something and as soon as you pass from one room to another you forget what you wanted? Yeah, thresholds. You forget a lot of shit when you walk through a threshold. That's just the thing. You have to walk back out just to remember, like you left a part of your brain behind. Hey, I wonder if I could follow that brain crumb trail all the way back to the room I was born in. Conway cranes his neck over the railing. You were driving for hours. Get any sleep? Found bear. The cooler full. There's a cooler full down there. They say it just floated by, if you believe that. Got caught on some netting and they hauled it aboard. A bounty. Anyway, there's a sign on the cooler. Take what you need and leave the rest. There's all kind of trash down here. It does look cold, doesn't it? You see Ezra go in. Could have fallen off the hall back there, I think. That kid was playing on the trash barge earlier. He seems to entertain himself. Seems to keep himself entertained. Should I be worried? I'm fine. Talking about Ezra. Good for him. It's important to know how to be alone. What's up, huh? You look like there's something you want to ask. Fine, you can ask it. One question. Thought you didn't drink. Do you really have to go work at the hard times? Well, I didn't. I mean, I did, and then I didn't, and then I did again, and that's how it always goes. I drift out, finally wind up back at Lysette with my head between my legs, saying never again. 15 months. This last time, I hung on because I knew there wouldn't for much longer be anywhere to go back to. She went to live with her sister now, and she probably won't remember me for long anyways. One time she picked me up out of a ditch by the road, blackout drunk at dawn. Came around later that night. She'd taken care of me. I told her I didn't deserve it, and she said I didn't have to deserve it. Sounds like a saint. We should all have someone like that. So you go to the distillery instead. Gotta repay my debt. Hell, I should be grateful for the opportunity. If you want to die with any dignity, you have to settle up. That's why it's such a damn shame when people go sudden. Water sounds and delicate synthesizer music. Sure. Sure, I talk too much. Everyone on this river does. The problem is that we listen twice as much as that. We're only telling you half of the stories we hear. Kate told me I ought to have been a photographer. She said, you know, you have an uncanny way of having been in the place at the time the thing happened there. And that's the hardest part of taking a photograph anyways. Nice of her to say, but it isn't true, though I know just about every story on this river. Most of them I've picked up second, third, or fourth hand and so forth. Listening, see? Now I know what you're gonna ask. I'm gonna answer it. Yes, I'm sure they're all true. I personally believe a story gets more true as it's tossed around from brain to brain. The whole community brings their insights to bear on the brittle facts of experience. There are a few echo stories I witnessed directly. I saw that big owl migration pass through. You might have heard about that. I was there when the old train station flooded. Saw the ghost of Stephen Bishop brew up a batch of old white lightning on a raft. Or, anyways, I talked to a few sailors who'd recently crossed paths with him, and I suspect sampled his wares. One night I was working on the Monkey Mammoth. We picked up a gaggle of passengers headed down to a mail drop by the Silo of Late Reflections. Knew a couple of them in passing, a pair of traveling musicians whom I often encountered on the river. The others were strangers to me at the time, a young woman, a small boy, and an old man whose name I didn't catch. And a smelly old dog. Docked at a gas station so the Mammoth could refuel. The gas station is also bobbing. Ezra followed Junebug and Johnny onto the gas station, or stayed on the tugboat and looked around the map room. Gas station. Act 4, Scene 2. A gas station. How many acts I wonder this one has, or scenes? The last chapter had like 11, 12? We got it close. Usually I find this place upriver. Everybody's on the lake tonight. The gas station moves around. Sure, it's not anchored or anything. Could be anywhere up and down the Echo. Just kind of run into it when you need it, or hopefully a little before you need it. Usually stop here once a night, though to be honest, I'm not sure it's even the same one. Doesn't have a name or anything. Never really pay attention to who's behind the counter. Anyways, it's nice to see you two. Most of my regular passengers must have gotten held up somewhere else in their journey tonight. It's that storm, I think. Watches Ezra sprint past. Look at him go. That kid has a lot of energy. It's gotta be past his bedtime or something, right? He's nocturnal. I don't think he has a bedtime. Sounds familiar. Ha ha ha. You don't have any of your own, I mean. No, I guess not. I just realized you two come through here so often. We chat all kinds of things, but I've never thought to ask about family. For all the family we need. That's sweet. So, how about that storm upstairs? Did you two get caught in it? I heard it kind of roamed around. Uncertain. I'm sure we'll hear all about it tomorrow. Flooding, property damage, probably killed a few tomatoes. It's got the river churning and everyone headed to the lake here, where the water's calmer. I myself don't mind navigating a choppy river. Not at all. I have some good feels for it. Plus it's better for fungal growth. High water consumes the cave moths, and their wet wings clump together into little balls of nutrient-dense mushroom food, jammed by currents here and there between the rocks. You've never seen a mushroom grow like on a soggy cave moth carcass. Okay. Amazing. If I can get a day off, Val and I would be out there all day tomorrow to harvest. I mean it. They'd be ready by tomorrow. Mushroom will grow just as fast as you can pump water into it. Harry, are you two headed out this way tomorrow? Maybe I could send Val ashore with you for a few hours. She got a remarkable nose for mushrooms. You wouldn't even need to know what to look for. Put a bag around her neck and she'll just bring them back to you. Yeah! No room on the bike for a dog, Cricket. We don't know where we'll be tomorrow. Ah, I should have figured. You two are always on the move. Does seem that way. Silence. So, I should get back aboard. No rush. I just want to brew some tea before we get underway. Headed to the station. Junebug. Yeah, picking out a snack for Johnny. Thought I'd grab some black coffee for the old man. He's looking a bit waterlogged. Sure, don't want him falling asleep on you. Nah, he'll be alright. He seems like the type who can hold his liquor. Seems like he has a little experience, I mean. Hey, while you're in there, could you remind the gas station attendant this fuel is on my tab? Charge to the Monkey Mammoth. Oh, and Will wanted a scratch thicket. Thanks. Oh, I think I'll just watch the lake for a bit, man. Who am I? Guess I'm Junebug? Yeah. Johnny and Val. Looking for crystals? What the what kind of gas station you walk in? Like, yo, you want some crystals? We got some quartz, we got some amethyst, we got some bismuth. What kind of crystal you want? What? Why do you assume I'm looking for crystals? We got them on sale. All kinds of folks come in here looking for crystals. There's a few over there with milky white shocks through the middle. There's a boat. There's a boat with a sail. Like you. With milky white shocks through the middle. Like you caught a piece of a cloud. People seem to like those. Yep. Popular crystals. You work on the mammoth? I can add it to your tab. Oh, you know the tugboat? The captain, Kate, said I have to remind you. Sure, they're here every night. It's okay, I have one of those faces. Gettable. Does it bother you? I've learned to cherish it. There's dignity in being forgotten. Letting the crowd flow around you unspoiled. I used to live in a city. I mean a real city. Cleveland, Ohio. I have some family money then. I had some family money then, and I didn't have to work. I lived in hotels. In daylight, I walked wherever the people were. My only duty was to the crowd. I was its observer, its historian, its detective, its poet. Well, the money ran out and I dispersed with the rest of them. I took my duties with me here, to Lake Lethe and the Echo River. Man, it's moving. The camera's moving, I think. Ever so slightly. I live behind this counter, anonymous, invisible, but I live with dignity. And yourself? No, I don't think so. I don't blend in. And not so easy to forget, I'd say. I see now that you're right. Well, that's yours to bear, then. We keep all the crystals on that shelf over there. Buy one, get one free. Equal or lesser symmetry. Observe. Look. Crystals are rough, dirty. Some are damp. Must have come out of the river. Johnny seemed distant. He's excited about Kate's dog too. He's a little preoccupied with that kid, Ezra. Traveling with all these people might be like sensory overload for him. Junebug tries to scrape some green algae off a larger specimen, examining it for the kind of cloudy inner formation the attendant said was so popular. What would it be like to travel with one more? It's always just been the two of us on the bike. We're just along for the ride, like the attendant. And a few numbers are woven through the algae. Even supposing it was possible to take on another passenger long term, it may be best just to ask him what's on his mind. He needs to cool. This isn't algae at all. It's decayed plastic bag caught on the rock. Ugh. What do you think of that other dog we got on board, Val? Mushroom hunting, huh? I'd like to try my hand at mushroom hunting. I bet it'd be pretty good at it. Weird hairy fungus growing on soggy moth wings. Sounds kind of romantic, but also kind of gross, right? So you could fit in the sidecar. So would you like to ride with us for a day? Bet you would. We're good company. But I guess you'd miss Kate even for just a day. No, I bet we're good company. Maybe we can still talk her into it. Nah, I guess it's settled. Nice to think about it, though. Maybe we can still talk her into it. He wants a dog. That's the route we're going, because everybody would like a dog. Ah, Norm's the other boat. Shit, that flood water washed you halfway out to the sea. I was looking for you down by the new Konigsberg name, same as usual, but ain't nobody there, and the river's deep as an elephant's. Noticing Junebug. Oh, I didn't see you there, man. Pardon my language. What elephants? What? What elephant? Ha ha ha, alright, you're no paper flower, I see that. Extending his hand warmly. I expect you must be Loretta. Enchanted to meet you. Sorry if I'm late. Hey, is that coming on too flowery? Something enchanted. Repeated it now. Repeating it now, I feel a little silly. I'm not Loretta, but I think you'll do fine with enchant. I ain't Loretta, but I think you'll do fine with... No, wait. Do with enchanted. Enchanted sounds pretty old-fashioned. Why is that kind of... Not the kind of gal Loretta is. Enchanted, no. Sounds good. Well, thanks for saying so. But now I'm doubly embarrassed. Do you know Loretta? Do I look like her? You picked a funny place to meet. You know Loretta? I really don't. I met Loretta on the computer. We met each other there, and I guess we spoke through the computer. I agreed to meet. I don't know the terminology. I haven't dated in quite some while. Back when I met Greta, that's my wife, excuse me, my ex, or maybe I'm her ex, I don't know how to say it. Anyways, back then there was no such thing as computers at all. I mean, I guess there was probably, but I never heard of one. I worked in textiles, so here I am. So what's your plan with when Loretta shows up? Oh, maybe I'll head down to the rum colony. Shoot, I forgot to ask her if she likes to drink. You never really know. No, these days. Guess first I'd ask her that. If she doesn't like rum, then maybe take her by that bat sanctuary. That's pretty romantic in a sense. I mean, not like misty valleys and ruined churches romantic. Not like flowers and chocolates romantic. Oh, I mean like misty valleys and ruined churches romantic. Of course, they got that memorial over there. That's a little depressing, actually. Maybe we kind of sail around that. Damn it all, I guess I probably missed her. Wonder if she'll agree to meet me again. I wouldn't if I thought I'd been stood up. Can't say I would either, you're probably right. Well, I guess I'll head on back. Hey, supposing Loretta doesn't want to see me after all. I'm out of your league. My card is full. Oh no, sorry, that's not what I meant. Actually, I want to ask you for some advice. I had to type up a sort of autobiography for the computer date. I spent a lot of time on it, but I only got one reply, and that was Loretta herself. I was happy to meet her, but supposing she's losing interest now, you think you can maybe give me some feedback? It's only a paragraph or so, and I have it all memorized. I spent so damn long writing it. Well, here's how it goes. I'm a good-natured man, retired and spending most of my time sailing the Echo River, riding currents of subterranean gas and that strange invisible wind that moans out of the small tunnels along the bank. Seeking a companion to map the river with me, I have 2 grown children, but they live far away. No goofballs. No goofballs. How old are you, sir? Like 80? We don't want them all hopped up on goofballs, do we? What's the thing with goofballs? I mean, like, serious inquiries only. You might miss out on some really great goofballs. That's good advice. Oh yeah, you might miss out on some really good goofballs. Might be right about that. Currents of subterranean gas is a little weird. That strange invisible wind that moans out of the small tunnels along the bank. Why mention your children? They're grown children. It doesn't really matter as much. Are you proud? Yeah, I sure am. My son's a school teacher and my daughter owns a printing press. Good people, yeah. Maybe I just mention it there hoping I'll get asked to brag a little. Be fine. You'll be fine. Alright. Thanks for your help, man. Really renewed my confidence. I'm ready to get back on that pewter. You have a good night there now. What's left of it anyways. My all accents are fading. Okay. Done it. What's that? Crystal. It's a crystal. I bought it for you. Wow, thank you, ma'am. Hey, could you hold on for a minute? I'm gonna go look around inside. Wish me luck. Good luck. Sure. Oh, Johnny, you're a little slow. There's another boat rolling in. Where the hell is Ezra? I thought he was running around in this area, but we ain't seen him. Junebug and Val. Did my Johnny talk your ear off out? Did my Johnny talk your ear off out here? Big plans for the night? In fact, there are some things you can only say to animals. Damn, you got me talking to dogs now. I think I see why he does it. You're a good listener, Val. I think I'll make a habit of it. No offense. Don't think I'll make a habit of it. No offense. No, good listener. Who's the giant who just got off his boat in a trench coat? Is it Loretta? Man, how's your night? Quiet. Where you headed? Helping some new friends make a delivery, or along for the ride, or loud for the ride. Just following Junebug. She was in here a minute ago. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling you two might be traveling together. Never travel, but when I do love travelers. That's what I like about this job. The travelers come to me. You ever get lonely here? Yes, I do. Well, let me know if I can find you anything. A1. Al. It must be Al, not A1. We're not talking to the robot numbered A1. Maybe it is, because he's talking in all caps without spaces. He says, "Glory, it is good to be among friends." the attendant has a great response of, "Well, suit yourself." Wow, I should take a page out of your book, man. I'd give you any advice I could, little guy, but I think the most important thing I could say is, glory! It is good to be among friends. Indeed.
Glory to you and your house.
Helps to keep things in perspective, I guess. It's a ritual of remembrance for me. Tonight is particularly so. It is my birthday. I am 5 years old. Do you know why I say that? Well, I'm going to tell you. 5 years and some days ago, I set out on the Echo River alone, or so I thought at the time. I was looking for an ice flobe. They occasionally rumored to travel our humble artery on their way from who knows where to who knows where. Who knows why? It's a mystery. An hour into the journey, my lantern gave out. Now I always carry 3 or 4 spares. Lantern as in flashlight or like lantern? You'll never catch me in the dark again. Lesson learned, buddy. But that night, that lantern went out. I was stuck in the dark. I kept my arm extended, running my fingers along the cave walls, trying to keep my bearing as best I could and at least make sure I wasn't going in circles. I just prayed I'd find another traveler who knew his way back to the lake or above ground, or even just a crack in the rock to get a glimpse of moonlight. I had a large bag of apples with me. After a long while, maybe a day, I was getting weak, so I took my hand down from the rock to tear the bag open. I reached back out. I couldn't find the cave wall anymore, or any other. I was totally unmoored, buddy. Totally adrift. Started counting time and apples eaten. I drifted in despair for 4 apples. Then I schemed and planned and dreamed for 2 apples. And finally, I came to accept my fate. Lost at sea, and in this phase, I think I would have continued indefinitely had I not come down to that very last damn apple. Picture me feeling around in the empty bag, certain that somehow there was another one of those fist-sized chunks of life-giving fruit, already softened by time and probably an unappetizing brown. Nope, that was it. Just as I bite into my last meal, I felt a tickle on my upper lip. It hatched right then. I couldn't have been a moment later. I would have eaten it. My last apple was infested by a damn fruit fly maggot. Well, that should have been the end of it. I should have eaten that apple and that fly while I was at it and put an end to our little food chain suicide pact. But I waited. After all, this fly was basically a newborn child, right? A gross insect child, but still a child, born into darkness and famine, hungry and alone. I mean, can you imagine that? No other flies out there on the boats. And never would be. No other flies to welcome him into the world. I mean, no fly culture, no fly society, no fly history. A true orphan. I started to get depressed just thinking about it. Worked out a thick tear, I'm not ashamed to say. Well, that fly landed on my cheek right under my left eye. Right on that salty teardrop, and then... blinding glory! His ass lit up like a candle. It wasn't a fly, buddy. It was a damn lightning bug. That's how I came here today with you folks, only because I found my way out of that strange river cave by the dim lit rear of some orphan insect hatched out of my last rotten apple. Glory is it to be among friends. Alright then. Sir. I'll go back in. Oh, nothing. Diesel, liquor, coffee, and snacks. The gas. Sup, Junebug? Sup, doggo? That guy on the trip, that gas station attendant. Did you talk to him? It's funny, he actually reminds me of that frog we had for a bit. The frog you had. That was a toad. Oh, is there a difference? Yeah, toads are bigger. Toads live in the mud. Frogs live in trees. Toads have warts. Already, none of these are real differences, are there? No, toads are not guaranteed to be bigger, though toads are significantly bigger in general. Toads live in the mud, frogs live in trees. Not all frogs live in trees. Toads have warts. Frogs? Toads have warts. I never knew. Alright, so how's the gas station attendant remind you of a frog? He seemed more like a cat to me, the attendant I mean. Oh, I don't know. He liked to talk, I guess. Maybe we should pick up another one. A frog, a cat, or an iguana or something. What do you want a pet for? Feeling lonely, Cricket? Maybe a third person to travel with. Feeling lonely, Cricket? Not exactly. Not like the guy in the gas station. That guy lets the world wash over him like static on a rock. But you and me both together, I mean, we're always moving, always changing. I think it's because we feel safe with each other. You know, free. We can try stuff out, change our clothes, swap parts around, just play. Not lonely, just curious. With another person to play with, what else could we be? I might be right, Cricket. Really think so. Wow, I thought I'd have to wear you down a little, like I did with the gerbils. Oh, that's Kate. Time to hit the road. River, I mean. I'm messing up all the voices. Act 3. I'm sorry. Scene 3. Water sounds and delicate synthesizer music. See that small brick building? It used to be an upholstery shop. Now it's inhabited by a very skilled taxidermist whose art is greatly in demand. When it was an upholstery business shop, it didn't see nearly as much business. The old shop's name's been lost to time and weather. This was decades ago, and the only trace of it now is the gray frame of an old sign behind the new lettering, which now reads Trapper, Stalker, and Sportsman. Then below, smaller, no specimen is too exotic, no arrangement too fair. Chuck Tester. Some of the upholstery equipment is still there too. It still sees active use. Dulce is the resident artist, though she's not the owner of the shop. It's owned by a reclusive ex-convict named Jediah. Owned by her aunt, Ida. Sam and Ida were two people we were told. Ida has very little to do with the day-to-day. She's busy with her other endeavors, mostly the restaurant she and her husband run on Lake Leth. Which, we're on Lake Leth. Shannon retreats to the TV room to browse Mammoth's video collection. Shannon followed the other travelers ashore to a drowsy beachside bar called the Rum Colony. Oh, I kind of want to go to the Rum Colony, but I also want to deal with the TV. This is the first time we've actually had branching paths. Not that it's branching, but like, I guess you have a choice. Like two very different scenarios you can go to. And follow the other travelers ashore to a drowsy beachside bar called the Rum Colony. Act 4, Scene 3. The Rum Shack. I'm sorry, the Rum Colony. Same idea. We need to go stop the old man from drinking. Conway, we gotta stop Conway for... Oh, jeez. The child. Why is the child going to the Rum Shack? Yep, sounds like him. Our friend Krynos booked here tonight. He's pretty good. He's a wizard. A wizard of lap steel guitar. You two coming ashore. How much time do you think we have here? No rush, I don't think. No rush, I don't think. Kate said just to wander back whenever. This is a take it easy kind of stop. She didn't even blow the foghorn to round up the crew here. No point. Something about the spot is like wax in the air when it comes to timetables and responsibilities. I was supposed to meet someone here earlier tonight. About some bike parts. Let's hope she's still around. Hope she's still around. Oh, I'm sure she is. Past sleeping into a fragrant mug with all the other wayward sailors. That Conway? Oh. Am I too close to it? Shannon finds a bottle. Its label is worn away, but the words "Hot Hell Rum" are legibly embossed on the glass. The bottle is empty except for a sleeping crab. Poor crab's trapped in it. Damp matchbook rests on top of the sand. Shannon flips it open without looking, runs her thumb across the cardboard and finds one match still intact. She stares ahead, transfixed by the texture of her fingertip. She wonders if it'll flake apart and leave her hands smelling and feeling like fire for the rest of the night, or if the cold lake water has already washed away the part of the match, like parts that smell and feel like fire. Conway. What is it? First, Shannon mistakes the iridescent glimmer for a seashell washed up from the lake, maybe some freshwater relative of the abalone, or even a pearl, but it's only a trading card. It must have been valuable to someone, or it wouldn't have been printed in this lustrous material. Whatever was on it has mostly worn away. All that's left is the shiny backing of the words, "Gleaners, forward." Gleaners? Conway, I'll talk to you in a moment. We're gonna go talk to Will first. Untouched drink sits on a table, forgotten or abandoned, or simply wasted. Shannon pulls a feather from the sand and brushes it clean. When she was a child, she collected feathers. Not the way a hobbyist collects trinkets, but the way a clump of dust collects more dust by static electricity. She deposited them on the kitchen table at the end of the day. Weaver's mother said it was unhygienic. Shannon's mother said that was American germaphobe bullshit, and put them in a vase. Them in a vase? My vase of discarded feathers. You're not allowed to own feathers from local birds here, because assume that you're now attacking or going after birds for their feathers. Well, hello. Happy to see you in the air and now. I heard a shuffling. Are you dragging your feet or enjoying the sand between your toes? Let's slow down for a minute. We have time. Lots of glass here. Patch boys load at the empties of the barge. I told them try to keep it separated on its own little pile. That way when we get to depositing it, and environmentally minded folks present can easily set them aside for recycling. I love the river, but I don't care for the current. It's too relentless. Take Lake Leth, though, is calm, cold, and deep. At any opportunity, I'm ashore meditating. One day I may be left behind. I wanted to ask you something. I thought of it earlier, but it didn't seem like the right time. I'm sure you know what I'm getting at. I wanted to ask about my friend, the old man. Oh no, I think I read him pretty clearly. He's an outward reflecting kind of person. And he reflects the world back out. Largely uncolored. You and I, we're inward reflecting, I think. It means we prefer to nurture the best and worst of ourselves in quiet and interior spaces. And that's okay. Wouldn't you agree? I guess so. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, we're not going to get to know what he wanted to ask. We're going to get a music performance, it looks like. Oh, we should talk to Conway. Sir, you fell off the wagon, yes, but you don't need to be trashed on your first day. There she is. You have to try one of these flower drinks. Feel like I could drink 100 of them. Not too sweet, not too strong, you know. A real session drink. What's it called? We'll be scraping you off the beach. Nah, it's not one of those. Not one of those real strong drinks. Just sort of... doesn't taste like a flower, I mean. Not like a flower smells. You know, perfumed, sickly sweet, like a star thistle flower. One of my first long-haul gigs ended in a crash. Did I tell you about that? It wasn't so bad, actually. I swerved to dodge some stray cattle, hit a stump on the side of the road, and flipped the trailer. The whole rig went twisting down into a muddy ditch. It was spring, and I blacked out. I don't think I hit anything. It was just the shock of it, or maybe my brain bounced against the inside of my skull or something. Yeah, it's never a great one. You don't want that. Anyways, I woke up and I'd been thrown clear. Never worn a seatbelt since. So, old man truck driver does not wear a seatbelt because he was thrown clear of a crash once, where he was knocked out cold. Why'd I bring that up? Star thistle. I woke up in a field of star thistle. The first thing I thought was, what are all these damn ugly flowers? More old stuff. I'm drowning in old stuff tonight. Feels like I've got it piled up all around me like one of those old guys you hear about who never threw anything away. You know what I mean? Man, you ever try to talk an alcoholic out of drinking? It never goes well. Hey, maybe you should slow down. Oh, I don't think so. In fact, I could use a few more of these, indicating his drink, just a book of matches to the room. Just take a book of matches to the room. That should clear everything right up. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm not making sense, am I? Haha. I just mean to say I can't look at anything without remembering something else, and then that reminds me of something else, and I'm buried in it. I need to get my head clear for a minute. I need a clear view of the day. Get oriented. There was a time when I felt this way. I'd bite the bullet and try to sober up and get a job. Is that why you're going to work for the distillery? I think I feel the same way. Maybe I'll have to find a new kind of work now. Work is therapeutic for me too. Work is play for mortal stakes, or so they say in church. Hey, I'm gonna sit and look at the water for a minute. I'll talk to you later. Don't be a stranger. You're becoming a skeleton. A glowy skeleton, Conway. Euro folks. Alright. Shannon finds a small box about the right size for an injured baby bird or a couple of mice. This box is only full of sand. She rolls a few grains in her finger. It feels different from the sand under her toes. Finer, slicker. He has a feeling this is sand from a different beach. Okay. Oh, that's the dock. What's up, Bureau peeps? What's up? You're the dude from the top floor who was a dick. Who was yelling, "The water is fine, invigorating. It makes me want to run. I could gallop up and down this beach like a horse." Like boom. As Mezzantine. What's he yelling about? Like, to Mezzantine. He wants to run on the beach like a horse, he says. To Shannon, "Oh dear. What's in these drinks? Pretty strong, huh? You folks work at the..." Friend's laying in the sand over there. I think he's asleep. Poor Rick, he's a lightweight. I think he just drank too fast. It's easy to get carried away. Oh, he always gets so melancholy when he drinks. Remember the office picnic at that big flat rock? Oh, I remember. He was talking Lula's ear off. She slipped away. He sat on the ground, nursing that brown bottle, crying, sobbing about the days that are no more. Poor Rick, it'll never be. Invigorating! Yelling at Lewis. Catch anything, Lewis. Oh no, that's catch anything, Lewis. How did you find what you're looking for with Lula, I mean? It's a work in progress. I know what you mean. I've been working on... I think I'll go for a long run along the beach as soon as I'm finished with this drink. Try not yelling so loud, Lewis. I'm afraid you'll shake the ceilings loose. No ceiling. We're on a beach. Oh. Something glints back in the flashlight's beam. Shannon brushes sand off a damaged VHS tape. The smudge label on the spine reads "Private, do not watch, but do not erase." Is virus on tape. Styrofoam cup is half buried in the sand, meticulously intact, miraculously intact. In fact, has some coffee in it. Maybe it came from the bar, or maybe someone dropped it here on their way to the bar. Maybe they weren't even headed to the bar originally, but drank their coffee too fast and needed a stiff counterbalance. Shannon thinks about the war of liquids in the stomach. Coffee to start the day, liquor to end it. Apple cider vinegar to patch up the battlefield. Mouth feels dry. She thinks about all the nervous casualties of the liquid war, clumsy alchemist transmuting day into night. She thinks about a chalky gray pink liquid her mother kept for upset stomachs. Gray pink? Stored in a coffee cup too. I mean, pink, fluorescent pink is Klingon blood, or Pepto-Bismol. How about gray pink? Well, we can't walk up that cliff. Now we can go up. Where did the child go? Saw him running. Child, where you at? Child. There he is. Oh, what the hell's that? Oh, like. Oh. Go around back. Oh. Oh. Guess that's a no. How are we supposed to catch this child? Child. No, we can't talk to you? Cool. Go listen to the song. Sonny! Who are you, Sonny? Hey, did you hear where the ice caps are melting. I mean the polar ice caps, the ones all the way at the top. Don't listen to him, hon. He's all doom and gloom tonight. Don't listen, that's the answer, Don. Oh, well, what else could you do? Some days all this, we'll be underwater. We'll all be drowned. What can you do? You can recycle. Half measures avail us nothing. Don't be so pessimistic, Sonny. Have another Mai Tai. He's just in a dark mood because the bar is crowded tonight. He likes to spread out. You know the unidentified toxin has decimated the dare an unidentified toxin has decimated the dare population, right? Really? Well, I heard on the radio that pollution, toxic runoff, and broken glass all contribute to the useless state of gold. Oh, okay, buddy. Well, I raised never to trust an unidentified toxin. That's good. You raised well. Don't trust an unidentified toxin with anything. You don't want it in anything. Correct. I agree, sir. At least not when oil is concerned. Why is there oil here? But that's another story. Desperate situation. By next year. Sonny, you're insufferable. Okay. I mean, Don. We can talk to Don now. Hello, Don. Unidentified toxin. His latest rant, but I'm not surprised by anything anymore. It was bovine growth hormone. Before this, it was bovine growth hormones and global warming. No, he's harmless. I just don't know him anymore. That's all. He's hard into the world is doomed, huh? I know that feeling. You read the news stories, you just feel like, oh shit, it's all coming down. He takes bits and pieces of things he reads and synthesizes them into some grand theory, and it's always the end of the world. But who could know that stuff, right? We can't even predict the weather. I mean, if you could take all these little pieces and predict just how they're all going to interact, well, you'd know everything. I'll tell you what I'd do with that kind of knowledge when I'd first met a man. Well, that kind of knowledge. Did she spit out a paragraph? When I first met a man, I'd look at his shoes, the kind of books he reads, and what he eats for breakfast. I'd make damn sure we weren't doomed to spend our twilight years greedily emptying Mai Tais and arguing about an unidentified toxin. Oh, okay, well, you're an old couple, and yeah, fair enough. Hey, Cogswell, thanks for the raid. How are you? How's everyone doing? Welcome, Raiders. Hey, Tinvek, how are you doing? Cheers. Glory to you and your house. Oh yeah, why didn't that play? Why did it only show up as a host?
Glory to you and your house.
Happy Sunday, everyone. And start of the week for most people. Happy Sunday. Tomorrow's a holiday in Canada, so that's great. It's Victoria Day. Because, no, it's not Cogswell. It's because who knows what conditions it needs to be fulfilled. I mean, the bot sometime started accepting single bits as text-to-speech. I don't know when that happened. That's certainly... I never set any limit. I don't know why it wasn't to begin with, but now it does again. Who knows why it's giving host notifications instead of raid notifications sometimes. I don't know. You get Memorial Day next weekend down here in the US. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, we won't have that one off. But
so long,
we got
I like single bits and
you know, the May 2-4 weekend. Bowser. Like single bits and I cannot lie, King Bowser. Do I have that on my soundboard at all? I don't think I do. So long, King Bowser, though. You heard him. Yep, I definitely don't have it. I do have this.
The penis is evil.
Just because. So welcome, everyone.
So long, Bowser.
You heard me.
Thank you very much for the bits, Cogswell. 200 bits. Cheers. I don't know why I talk and then look at the camera. Like, I could talk looking at the camera, but for some reason I still look... The camera used to be here. Like, it used to be over there, like where I'm looking right now. And just where I default look. When I want to address the chat. Also, the chat's in a different place. Up above, so I can look up at the chat, which actually makes a lot of sense, right? Looks like me staring up at the chat, which is exactly what I want. So yeah, we're on Act 4 of Kentucky Route Zero. We did the interlude with we went to a phone tree about locations along this river that we're now traveling, including this place was listed there. Well, you know what they say about hindsight. Here's to a better yesterday. Ha ha ha. Someone named Patch. Can I talk to you two? No? So the bartender is Patch, it would look like. Patch. Hey, Junebug. Guess who I saw like an hour ago? Lady with the engine. The lady with the engine for sale. Yes, mister. I tried to hold her back, but she's all business. That's okay. I got that impression. How are you, Patch? No, how are you, Patch? I was doing her as a like 30s gangster for some reason, and I just can't pull that voice back out. Aw man, you know, Carl had that gig for a minute at AAA Burgers, but they went out of business. If our numbers were better here, he could just work on his record and it'd be fine, but you know how it is. For now, he's selling flowers on the river. Say hi if you pass him. Hey, any of your friends want a drink? I've got time. Busy night, but everyone's deep in their straws by now. Why so busy? It's these kooks from upriver. They all came in together. I think it's some kind of work thing. They're nice enough, but you know, I've got to keep an eye out for lightweights trying to swim home or something. I don't have that kind of insurance. Anyways, I don't mind them, but you know how territorial Don and Sonny get after a couple of Mai Tais. Speaking of which... What have you been mixing up? Let's see what's good tonight. Dark Sweet Tiki. What's it like? Jeez, okay. This is what happens when I try to see all the dialogue in a game. Suddenly we're now describing drinks. Chill a tall glass with a little grapefruit juice at the bottom. Then keep pouring in gold rum till it starts to turn iridescent. Add lime juice, white grapefruit juice, and pineapple juice. Some folks like sugar. I always include a toothpick. What else you got? Salty grog on the cocktail. Oh, by the way, this place is called the Rum something. The Rum Colony. Not a rum shack, but the Rum Colony is the name of the bar. It is essentially a rum shack, but what you gonna do? No one's gambling. There's no dominoes being played here, so it doesn't really feel like a rum shack. What's that like? One shot, 151. Ugh. I mean, I guess if you just want strength. One shot of 151 proof rum, 2 shots of light rum, lime juice, refrigerate, throw an apple peel on top. What else you got? Blue Devil? What's it like? 1 shot dark rum, 2 shots white rum, pineapple juice stir, throw an orange peel on top. That sounds awful. Mostly because of the white rum. What else you got? Brownish death. 1 part sugar, several parts light rum. I throw a little umbrella in there to soften the blow. 1 part sugar. We're just adding sugar. We're adding extra sugar to rum, sir. Please don't. Oh my gosh. And if you're gonna make a drink like this, please list it in your menus so I could read what the ingredients are and be like, no. For fuck's sakes. Add sugar to rum. What else you got? Soft rum noir. Just enough gold rum to make your toes glow. Then add blue Carso and pineapple juice to taste. Pour over ice. That's it. That's not bad. That's not bad. I could drink that. What else you got? Salty nose. Just enough aged rum to make your toes vibrate. Then add grapefruit juice and blue Carso to taste. Shake. That's it. Again, that's doable, though the grapefruit is not quite the kick I'd want with rum. Though aged rum, so it's probably good. What else you got? Sweet and unpleasant. Sir, are you naming these? These are terrible names. Brown Death is, first of all, aside from being a terrible name, is also a terrible drink. So there's that. I take a medium-sized glass bowl and fill it on equal parts grits, syrup, and aged rum. Oh, equal parts of any sort of syrup and rum that's a lot of sugar and thick. There's a thick drink you're making, sir. Cover it with a towel and let it stew until it gets a sort of suffering quality going. Add spiced rum and let it sit for a while. Put an aged orange peel on top if you want to show off. Sounds awful. I don't. What else you got? Blue sweet tiki. So start with a short, broad glass, lightly rimmed with white grapefruit juice. Put a plastic skull on the bottom of the glass. Flip it over and leave it for a few minutes. Then slowly add white rum. Blue rum, then aged rum. Shake. What? Lightly rimmed with white grapefruit juice. Plastic skull on the bottom of the glass. Flip it over and leave it there for a few minutes. Are these randomly generated? That's a good question. We might be here for a while if they're randomly generated. What blue rum? Gold rum, white rum, blue rum, gold rum, and aged rum. So you got Clear Devil. What's it like? Fill a tall glass with a little fine sugar at the bottom, then keep pouring in white rum till it starts to turn brownish. Add ogret syrup, orange Carso, and pineapple juice. Some folks like lime juice. I always include an orange peel. A lot of sugar being added to your rum in your drinks, sir. The light death. Is it white rum and sugar? Fill a tall glass with a little grapefruit juice at the bottom. Then keep pouring in gold rum till it starts to turn blue. Add grapefruit juice, orange Carso, and green Carso, and some folks like sea salts. I always include an apple peel. These might be randomly generated. You might be on the console. We've read a lot of drinks. My Dark Heaven. 1 shot dark rum, 2 shots gold rum, orange Carso, shake, throw an orange peel on top. This is just rum. For the most part. Black noir. Black rum noir. 1 part white grapefruit. Several parts blue rum. I throw an orange peel on top to soften the blow. Okay, what's blue rum? Blue rum. Oh, they're calling this blue rum? I guess it's technically rum. Is it? Like, they're showing pictures of blue cars. Damn it, why can't I say it when I'm not looking at the word? Carso. Not rum. Yeah, no, it's not. There's no rum involved. There's no such thing as blue rum. I'll call some bullshit on this. Random Kentucky Route Zero style cocktail generator. Okay, I guess we're gonna stop reading our randomly generated things then. No drinks for us, thanks. No problem. See you around. So we tried to talk to Patches, and he got on the phone with someone else. So I guess no drinks for Shannon here. We're talking to Serrano. Criano? Is there an R there? No, Cyrano. So glad to see you. These kooks are bumming me out, man. See that guy in the sand over there? He rolled up kind of off center, you know? The kind of learning on those stage here. Kind of leaning on the stage here, and he was like, what kind of strings are those? Steel or nylon? Wait, that's Johnny? Oh, so wait. Oh, he wasn't on the phone. That's Johnny and Junebug teleported up here because they were sitting at the dock when we last saw them. So they teleported up here. They were already at the bar when I finished walking up the dock, so I didn't realize it was them. And also, last I saw them, they were in the dark. I didn't realize they changed clothes. So rude. And I'm sure you were cool about it. Oh yeah, man, it's mandatory here. It's what the people want. Just a humble artist, you know? Plus, it's better for the tips. You can't look like you care about it, you know? Even if it's your livelihood. A crowd can smell economic precarity, and it turns them off. I guess it's no fun to give someone money if they really need it. Too much responsibility. Hey, speaking of which, I'm about mid-set here. Can you take the can around while I play this next one? It's on the tape. Think you'll like it, man. Thanks. Take the can around. $5. You didn't have to do that. It had to hurt. Yeah, her shop is closing down. She just gave you $5. Well, that's the way it goes. The unsteady steadying the unsteady. There's probably a $5 bill somewhere just floating up and down the river from a tip jar to musician. From tip jar to musician to chip jar to musician, like an eternal ferry of good intentions. I mean, the unsteady steadying the unsteady, that feels about right for society. It's $7.50. These two are pretty reliable. Where does their money come from anyways? Government check maybe? Nah, they'd only tip like that on the first 15th. Maybe they fence stereos or something. We got the tip jar. Yo, child, you got any money? Child's dipped. Child's out. $15 from the bureaucrats. These cooks are really going for it. It's good. Can't always hope for much with these fly-by-night crowds. Could have been some deep tiki fanatics getting uptight about Cyano's tape machine or something. But these folks are tourists, wherever they go. $0. Man's drunk in the water. his own little orbit, he ought to stop and think about who's creating all the atmosphere. They think it's natural or something, like it's just this place sounds like a cheap. He's way gone, reflecting or pretending he doesn't see the tip jar. Child, you're back. You got any money, child? Come here. $2. We're gonna pick this man's pockets. This guy's barely here. He's like basically sugary wet sand until the morning. Let's let a couple bucks buy his shoes here or drop it. That's probably for the band, if it's for anything at all. Yeah, we'll take this man's money. He's passed out on the ground. The effective homeless wanderer. Will never has any money. Good for him. Yeah, I didn't think we were gonna get any money from the eternal homeless wanderer here. Who lives on the boat. Freeloads on the boat, really. $0. Yeah, you're also a broke ass dude. This guy's keeping some odd company tonight. Better just let him be. You know, Junebugs ain't got no money. What's on this side? We haven't been able to talk to her at all. I assume if we give the tip jar, it ends the set. So I'm just kind of gonna vibe here for a moment. Sip our tea. Alright, song ended. Take your can. Child. Patch. Okay. Hello. Hello. Yellow. Hi. Yellow. He seems like a yellow kind of guy. Yeah, let me talk to Drew, please. I don't think I've seen anyone called Drew here tonight. What does Drew look like? Sure you have the right number. What does Drew look like? Kind of plump-cheeked, but not obscenely so. A person of many talents, you can tell immediately. No, I don't see... No, I don't see anyone like that. Did you check the stairwell, though? Drew sometimes sits over by the stairwell. No stairs, no stairwell, my friend. Well, that doesn't make any sense. How do you get up there, then? Up where? We're right on the ground. It's a drunk man calling a bar. This is what's happening? We're on the ground. I mean, from the other ground. Why are you being so dense? I'm just looking for Drew. Hey man, I got other things to do. When you see Drew, just tell him I called, alright? You didn't even give your name, bro. Achievement unlocked. Okay, sure. Wait. There are achievements in this game? Okay. I haven't heard that sound yet, I think, for this game. Joe. Hello, Joe. This is Joe. I got some log updates. Hello, Joe? This is Joe. I got some log updates. What the fuck? 0105130031. Samson Chantel. 486 miles. 8 driving, 8 sleeps. Patch listens. 944751246. Hendrix Germina. Mina? 61 miles. 4 driving, 12 sleeping. 141539. Then it's either a 4 or a 9. Let's say 957. Blankenship Porta. 52 miles. 14 driving, 2 sleep. 51650081 sleep. Moses Sun 0 to 16 sleeping. I think you have the wrong number. What? Who? Color hangs up. I wonder if there's an achievement for listening to that. I wonder if all the achievements are literally just listening to shit that, like, the calls. Also, it seems like the live music is finished. Can I go behind the bar? Nope. Game says no. Alright. Time to leave. Someone had somewhere to be on the boat. So we just held this all up for nothing. Oh, someone's here. They teleported back to down here. Kai, Junebug, and Johnny, you were just at the bar. Well, that was a pleasant detour, wasn't it? Yes, ma'am. Ready to get moving. How about you round up the old man, see if you can tear him free. Okay. How drunk is Conway? Main character, an alcoholic who's now drinking again as of the end of last chapter. Or last act. Conway, yeah, you're right about that. I never quite thought of it that way. But I guess I should be more drunk as Conway at this point, but that's fine. Who are you talking to? Oh. Nah, it's nothing. Hey, let's get out of here. Work to be done, right? Sure. Water sounds and delicate synthesizer music. Are we gonna get some more of Will telling us what's going on? By the way, we're on a river that may or may not be in caves, including that lake. We're in an underground river in a tugboat with a mammoth on the front. An animatronic mammoth. Easy to miss, but beneath that quarter-mile swarm of moss, there's Gortiana pyrocampa, the prominent heart in the club moth. Their diet is mostly constrained to lichen, and an exception for sunflowers. It's a quarter-acre sunflower orchard, and beneath that sunflower orchard there are 2 small lots with small houses, positioned so they just butt up right against each other. I guess we're outside of the cave right now. The houses are empty of human life. There's no sign of a person or anything living except for the moths and overgrowth. There are some pipes bolted onto the cave walls near the perimeter and a few stone scars where other pipes have been ripped away by scavengers. These once supported the large grow lamps that fed the sunflowers. Oh nope, still in the cave. Sunflowers by grow lamps sounds highly inefficient. The lamps are gone now. Once this crop of sunflowers is picked away, it's unlikely anything else will grow here, but club moth will move on. The houses will be visible again, at least until someone strips them for building materials or the river washes them away. The houses were once inhabited by 2 sisters. Why they built their houses so close together or lived in any proximity at all is a mystery, since they clearly despised one another. Some think they were tricked into buying the houses. It's possible that the neighboring houses were an attempt at reconciliation. Possible, the neighboring houses were an attempt at reconciliation. It didn't work. If anything, close quarters just turned up the pressure until those decades of close-held resentment and animosities were pretty near to boiling over. All that energy had to go somewhere, and both sisters had the same idea. They took up gardening. They both cultivated sunflowers, an improbable crop for this location. Too improbable to be coincidence. Maybe the sunflowers had some special meaning to them, or maybe when one sister saw her rival sowing the impossible seeds, she knew she couldn't bear be outdone. Which sister had the greener thumb, we'll never know. The stalks tangled, the roots knotted, and the seeds mixed. Gnarly sunflowers. No, those gangly sunflowers merged the two lots into one undifferentiated field. Two sisters moved out, probably around the time the moths started showing up. Of course, there's no selling the lots then, overgrown and bug-chewed as they are. In fact, if those sisters ever tried to sell, they'd be in for a rude shock. Not long ago, a property tax clerk, having seen the two adjoining lots registered to the same last name, presumed they belonged to the same owner and erased the legal border between them. I'm not in control of this boat at all, right? No, we're just drifting. It's a raft? Boarding actions? Valkyrie and Blue lounge below deck. Clara, Kate, and I stopped to do some business by the telephone. This looks like a guillotine, not a telephone. Who's I? I kind of want to hang out with the dogs. Valkyrie and Blue lounge below deck. I assume this is a chapter or a scene with the boy who's recording sounds now, maybe talking to the dogs. The Mucky Mammoth. That's the boat. The boat with an animatronic mammoth on the front. Slowly panning in. Oh, I guess we skipped. I think we just skipped a bunch of dialogue and a proper scene, but we got to see the dogs just chilling below deck. That's fine, I suppose. Well, those two gentle beasts kept. Oh, right. The I in this is the narrator of the section, which is old Willie, or Will, who has. Well, who is an organist who no longer left there, whose job got cut at a college and now is just on the boat and lives here. While those two gentle beasts kept things under control aboard the Mucky Mammoth, I went to shore with the rest of the crew to make use of a public telephone. Which we skipped that scene of. I called into my answering machine, which I routinely neglect for intervals of months to chip away at the pile. Kate checked in on a client of hers. She's a birth doula, in addition to being a tugboat captain. Did you know that? Clara talked to her sister in Lithuania. Illness in the family, I gather. Anyway, the evening hit a low point not much later on, so let's take a quiet moment here to listen to the river and reflect on the unburdened sleep of dogs. So what's the low point? We're about to get to Salmon and Ida's restaurant. Ezra taught us a card game, or Shannon, Ezra, and the old man and I stopped at the Radvansky Center to make some quick cash. To make some quick cash? How are we making quick cash in this building in the cave? What are we doing? Scene 5. The Radvansky Center. Are we... Office door opens and closes. We've got a seconds counter. Mimi, good morning. Bags isn't feeling well. Long night. Poor kitty. You watching? Security tape from last night, Daryl. Daryl left the lights on again. Should we slash his tires? I'll leave a stern note on his desk. Spare the rod. What are we doing today? Right, this is weird. You know that old vending machine? The one that only has tomato juice? No, the one that they just stopped refilling. Remember we rolled it onto the dock last August and some scavenger scripted for metal in the middle of the night? Daryl cut his hand cleaning up after them and it got infected, remember? No. Okay. Anyways, the rest of it ended up in the coat room until finally Daryl was piling it into a big bag for the trash bar to pick up. Then he came across this box lost behind all the junk. Check it out. Looks old. Yeah, there's a bunch of videotapes, completed questionnaires. I looked up the reference number and it's never been processed. I guess that's what we're doing today. There's no date on it. We'll just have to make one up, unless there's some footage of a calendar or something in here. Ha ha ha. Jen flips through questionnaire. I guess these are the old tests before we started doing the video exit interviews. That's annoying. Yes, let's see. How did we do this? I'll run up the tape. You interpret the questionnaire and I'll type it up. Oh, they came in for... Oh, shit, this is like when you can do... take part in a study for like $20. Is that what's happening? Nope, you can sit down and write, so we're going to look around first. The modernist bookshelf with the fancy vintage turntable, so ostensible, so Daryl. What? That was my bookshelf. Oh no, ha ha ha, but you grew out of it or something, right? It ended up in the lab somehow. Keep my books in a pile now. It's easier to find what I'm looking for. Never what shelf is that book on. Only, well, it's somewhere in the pile. Oh, no, Mimi, no. The solution to not be able to find shit on the shelf is not, it's a pile now. Oh. I couldn't find the right resistors, so I threw them all into a giant box and shook it. Until one that came up close enough. I used it. That's the same feel as that. Pragmatic. Oh, that looks like an uncomfortable chair. It's like the chairs from Men in Black. Wow, I haven't seen that poster in a while. I think that was mine from college. Yeah, definitely. Oh, right, Daryl swapped it out with the redesign. Now it's... What's there now? Yeah, it's weird. I can't picture it. I mean, I can picture the wall. It's definitely something hung there. It's gonna bug me. No, it's gonna bug me. Want me to go look? It's just down the hall. No, it's okay. I'm messing up their voices. Already. It's only been 2 minutes. Oh, okay. We can sit and stand, and we can go take this questionnaire. $20. Okay, let's do this. This should be some basic information and the first control test. Subject general disposition. Jen looks over the questionnaire document from the envelope. Why are you here? Scheduled ferry stop, not my final destination. The other passengers said we can make some quick cash on these tests. I don't know. Permissive. Permissive. Democratic category. The first thing you remember. remember a bird cage. I remember a box of small gears. I remember spilled orange juice. Bird cage. Mid-20s. You think we should use the old categories or the new categories? Oh right, will the computer even still take the old ones? They're still in the menu. I gotta pitch one up or I'm not gonna be able to tell them apart. Okay, in this case, put it in precarious. Sure. Oh, I forgot a name. Says Marquez on the file. Who? Oh. Marquez, you sure? What it says. Do you know her? No, that can't be. That's not her. Did she come alone or with a group? I don't know. There's an extended monitoring tape here too. We could check on the dock when she showed up. So now we're watching. We're now far in the future, apparently, to the point where these tapes were lost and all their processes have changed. Why do I have 1928 put into chat? Okay, I don't know what that's for. We're gonna hit enter. And we're now looking back at footage of things that have happened in the past. So it's another chapter with some odd. They said it was about to hit the low point. What's gonna happen here? Oh, it's... Wait, who's that? The guy in the hoodie. What? I've never seen him before. Really? He looks so damn familiar. I thought maybe he was a former intern or something. He's a little old for that, right? No, I don't recognize him. Sorry, you're all deja vu this morning. It's spooky. Sorry, it's just one of those days, I guess. No, definitely not. Oh, she's traveling with one of those creepy distillery guys. Oh shit, he ends up in the distillery. So now your fate's locked in. I thought maybe there's something you could do that would result in Conway not being forever indebted to that distillery until death. But no, apparently that's his fate at this point. This is like Doctor Who. Assume anything can change until we know exactly what has happened. Once you know it, it's too late. Him? No, he just looks like some old drifter. Oh, maybe not. Maybe you're right. It's hard to tell in this light. Oh, they're telling us we still have a chance to change it. I guess the old man is on dinghy guard duty. A noble assignment. But who was this lady? Oh, right. You remember what? WEVP, they're on your side. TV? No. Okay, it was this community television station. The Consolidated Power Company had to fund it as, like, a punishment for owning too much of the broadcast spectrum or something. Oh, they used to screen your videos, right? Yeah, it was like a co-op. I did some maintenance, and they gave me a slot to show my work. And they had that naked banjo guy late at night. Alright, lady, I guess that was the most memorable thing you've seen there. Yeah, that's mainly what everyone remembers. I guess their whole mandate was community expression. He certainly was expressive. Oh wait, that was WEVP, the one that... the flood, right? Oh shit, they built the station on the stupid ground that keeps flooding. The interlude introduced us to, like, oh yeah, there's this place that keeps flooding. So, Lula Chamberlain, who we dealt with in the last act, built an art piece there, a giant art piece, but it didn't finish in time before the flood came. That's art. That makes sense. She was doing something that was meant to be destroyed. It was made out of newspaper, so when the water hits, it would be absolutely destroyed. And then they reclaimed the land and put a like bike park there, which ended in disaster. And then they used it for storage with ceramic jars, which ended in smashed jars from the floods. Damn. So did Shannon Marquez, did she have a naked banjo show too? What? No! Let me guess. Which of the following sentences best describes you? I grieve for fading memories. You did the weather? No, I've never heard of Sharon Marquez. It was a Weaver Marquez I knew. She worked at the station for a bit, and then she left on kind of weird terms, actually. Anyways, where were we? Weaver's also the person who got us into the Kentucky Route Zero. Mimi, okay, how do we rank her? How do we rank her from the control test? Without turning around to look, please describe the following objects. Bookshelf. It had 4 shelves. Shaped like a snake. Shaped like a transformer coil. Reminds me of a museum. Reminds me of a department store. It reminds me of a library. Reminds me of a library. Poster. I remember circles. I have a poster in my workshop. A vintage advertisement for vacuum tubes. A poster in my workshop. A chart of resistor values. That is the best thing you could have in front of your work desk if you're dealing with electronics. Actually, no. No, that's a pattern. You just learn the pattern if you're dealing with resistors every day. Small one. You need a little small reference one for band values. That's all you really need. So a giant one would be helpful for staring across the room. You never use the mnemonic? You measure with a meter? I measure after I find it, but I always look it up with a table, right? Like, I open up the table that's like, this is how you calculate these things. And I'm like, all right, so I'm looking for this, and this. Find it by after figuring out what stripes it should have. Remember that joke I made earlier about having a box of resistors? I may or may not have all my resistors in a pile. And thus, to find one, you have to know what colors you want. Oh, I have them separated by plus or minus value. How much they vary, supposedly. So I have them separated by supposed quality as opposed to resistive value. You think someone could make something out of Lego to automatically measure and sort? I have mine in little bags with the values on them. They come in little bags with values on them. It would make sense to leave them in those bags with little values in them. That is not what I've done. Because I limited tool case spaces. I guess you can only fit some. The bags take up a little bit more space, is the problem. I have a poster in my workshop, a vintage advertisement for vacuum tubes. Yeah, why not? Lighting. It's kind of dim. 1 lamp. Average, I guess. Average, okay. Changing tape in VCR. The pair. How many pictures did she remember? 2 or... Actually, maybe 3. What? You wrote down orange, strawberry, guava. Guava? I think she meant pear. See, that's why I hate this test. There's so much fruit that basically looks like other fruit. Oh, guava. Does a guava even look like a pear, though? I don't think I've ever seen a guava. I mean, it's pear-shaped. I thought they were pink. Pink on the inside. You wouldn't compare real guava for a real pear, but in one of Daryl's crude watercolors, But I can clearly tell that it's a pair, even on video. Yeah, you and I can. But we already know it's a pair. She could be remembering wrong, or just identifying what to her is much more likely fruit to appear in a painting based off of any number of cultural, social, geographic, or, you know. You didn't say anything in a response to help clarify? Well, let's see. Question 1. Please describe in detail any sensation that accompany your memory of the pictures. Reminds me of being a kid. The guava is just like candy. It's almost unnatural. They gave me mushed up guava once to cure a toothache. Oh. Mushed guava. Not like in jelly form, just mushed? Kinda weird. Just like candy, it's almost unnatural. Not really, just some sensory memories on guava. Guess we should skip some pictures. Just skip the pictures. That's a shame. Really hard to measure memory degradation in some of the later tests without this one as a baseline location updating scenario. I'm saying we should just use photographs. Watercolored paintings already have the quality of a half-remembered dream. Like they're inviting you to forget them, or someone else already forgetting them for you. Like a mama bird feeding her chicks cotton candy. What? What? Like a mama bird feeding her chicks cotton candy? The fuck does that mean? Like, the watercolors look like cotton candy? Is that what you're going for? Or are we saying the cotton candy is forgettable? Because I guarantee you small birds are going to remember some fucking cotton candy. Pure sugar being dumped into their poor little chick bellies. Photographs are, it's not what they're really more accurate or true, but what we think they are. They put you in that mindset. They have authority. So yes, out with the watercolors, I say. But then poor Daryl would have nowhere to exhibit his work. No, wait, that's not her voice. He would have nowhere to exhibit his work. It makes a noise. Kitty. Look who it is! Ah, I missed that kitty. I forget what became of the white one. Her name was Coconut and she disappeared without a trace. Easy come, easy go. I wouldn't say easy. I have to leave food on the dock for a week before she'd come inside. She only stuck around for a month or two. You probably saw quite a lot of her. Remember you were working nights then. She was a nocturnal creature. That's right, I remember. Get it. Okay, we can't interact with the kitty. Cat food. Cat eating noisily. Wait, I don't remember this test. Oh. Did we cut this one? What's the questionnaire like? No, this is just, sometimes if I can't make it in for a few days, I might leave a note to feed the cats. For the test subjects, wow, how do you know they'll do it? I write it on, university letterhead. Is it unethical? Just feed the cats? Jen, that's unethical. That's unethical. What shit? I've completely lost BB's voice. I don't remember what it was. That's completely unethical. No, that's the child. That's completely unethical. At least I don't use university property and research equipment to make weird art video. Very well then, I contradict myself. I wonder which is the nobler transgression. I'll settle on that question. I'll settle that question. It's nobler to feed kitties. Why are they all on separate VHS tapes? Why are they VHS like 3 minutes a tape? Or listen to the radio. Oh, it's empty. Tape recording of doors opening and closing. Oh, okay. This is before CD players. I hope she remembers to rewind. Damn it, their voices are drifting closer together. Fuck it. I never did, and Daryl would be in all night, rolling all the tapes back one by one in his little Walkman. Be kind and rewind. He still has that thing. He says he used it at the gym, but I think he's too attached to his old mixtapes. He's so sentimental, like Daryl. These tapes had sounds from my apartment building. Did you know that? Oh, I thought it was stock sounds from the library. Yeah, the CDs are. But when it was on tape, Daryl had me borrow a tape recorder from the music department and go collect them myself. He showed me a first draft of the questionnaire, and I think some of them are still in there, like... Question, what do you think about immediately before... Thinking about my cousin. After the tape ended, how quickly did your thoughts return to the subject? Stop thinking about it. Right, but I don't really get the point of that question. I think it's just there to set a baseline for the introspective index. All the doors opening and closing are all from your apartment? Yes, most of them. Others were from the basement. We have these rows of storage closets down there. None of them are locked or anything. It's just like this weird row of doors. Not even marked or differentiated. You have to keep count as you go and remember which one is yours. Mine is number 8. Went down there a little tipsy once. Sunday cleaning, you know, a few glasses of wine. I accidentally opened number 9. It was full of mice, like, for a computer, I mean. They were all neatly arranged on shelves, organized by some inscrutable quality, cables tied with Velcro. The neighborhood mouse hoarder. Just a collector, I think. I guess he lived next door. I told Daryl we should add a question, something like, while listening to the tape recordings of doors opening, if at any point you have any expectations or visualizations about what might be on the other side of one of these doors, please write it down. The last door sounded like a kitchen door. Door number 9, I thought it might be a closet. First door, I thought it led outside. I thought it might be a closet. I was just curious, I guess, since it was from my building. Like, I have a strong sense of where these doors lead, just by hearing them. But it's just from my memory, or is it inherent to the sound somewhere? Interesting. You should write a grant. No, you should write a. Oh, jeez, the accents are just becoming more the same. Interesting. You should write a grant proposal. Oh, I wouldn't want to step on any toes. You know the university politics. Oh, here's another extended monitoring tape from the waiting room. I have no idea what's fucking happening, by the way. If you're wondering, wondering what is happening in this game at this moment, the answer is I don't fucking know. Busy nights. There he is again, sleeping. Where do I know him from? It's gonna drive me up the walls. Oh shit, is this the university he quit from? Did he teach you how to play the organ? Does he work at the university? Oh, that sounds familiar. Yes, I think he might have worked a long time ago. Maybe when I was an undergrad. Ah, the Paleolithic. I thought he looked a bit rugged. That's right, Jen. I went to college during the Stone Age. During the Stone Age. What was your major? Fire. Fire? Fire. Your major was fire. Okay. I don't think he was a professor. Maybe staff. It's been so long. Oh, I wish I could just barrel through like you did instead of taking time off before grad school. Okay. I'm sure it was the right thing to do at the time. Yeah, the only thing, I was such a mess. Did I ever tell you about that? My boyfriend died suddenly in my last year of college. Oh, poor thing. It's okay, it was a long time ago, but yes, it was really shook me up back then. He was studying astronomy. We were both really into experimental music. We took a few art classes together. That's so sad. Sorry, never mind. No, it's okay, that's the thing actually. I mean, that's what shook me up about it. It was just a random accident that should never have happened. And so sudden, you could never have seen it coming. He was back home visiting his parents and he fell off a roof. Oh, shit. Wait a second. Conway's... Lysette's son fell off a roof because Conway was too drunk to go do the job that was contracted to her husband, who he, I guess, worked for on one of his benders back. Conway's Game of Life, indeed. As soon as I saw his name, that's what I thought of, and I was just like, I wonder if this is going to end up with some sort of simulation of Conway's Game of Life. The computer we fixed did not do that, which made me sad, but we'll see. Freak accident. I know what you mean. You can't predict that kind of thing. What do you call it? Freak accident kind of thing. My psychiatrist says that's why I'm such a pessimist. Well, I think you're remarkably upbeat, all things considered. I mean, you know, that thing with your boyfriend and the roof, but also what happened to the TV station. Acts of God. Think. No, I mean, that's what you call it. That's what they say when it's no one's fault. I don't think I believe in that. In acts of God. What? Acts of God? Sorry, 1 second. I don't know why. Probably my neck needs to stretch for a moment. Yes, it has to be a word for when something completely shitty happens for no reason, right? I guess it's just kind of archaic. Jen flips through the questionnaire. First, use the blank space below to describe your general feeling about television. If you have difficulty summarizing your emotions succinctly, why can't I speak today? Succinctly. That's not how I want to pronounce. That's not how I pronounce it normally, but I guess I don't know how to pronounce it in this projecting voice. Or have too many different feelings to fit into the blank space. You may also use the back of this paper. Television is my preferred window to the world. If you were asked to watch several videos, how many of the videos did you watch? You were asked to watch all of them. Speaking of the TV station, you were saying something earlier about the other Marquez girl. Oh, right. I was talking about Weaver. Weaver. What exactly happened to her? You said she left on weird terms. Well, yes. She actually stopped showing up. That was pretty normal. It was all volunteers, right? Community television? Yes. Yes. People didn't really give advance notice. They just got bored and drifted away. It was more like an art project than a job. For most, Weaver Marquez helped manage the archives, like filing and sorting old tapes of broadcasts. I think she was pretty smart. She probably could have been more help fixing equipment or something, but she seemed content just to organize tapes. Nobody talked to her much, so when she left, no big deal. But then a couple months later, we started getting these bizarre interventions. Camera focused on a table, passes through a doorway, then focuses on another table. Which object presented on the first table is also present on the second table? Response: the picture was too blurry. You couldn't make anything out. You should have these VCRs professionally cleaned. I'm writing my number on the back of the page. Someone would be doing a show in their normal time slot, and then suddenly the feed would cut. We'd still be broadcasting, but our signal was totally jammed. Oh, like interference. I mean, total blackout. This video would come on, Claire shot in our studio at some point, and it was her, Weaver Marquez. She'd be standing in the middle of the studio facing the camera. Okay. Question: you were asked to make note of a fond memory from childhood and associate it with one of the objects on the table on the screen. Which object did you choose? Feather. Was this object present on the second on-screen table after the camera passed through the doorway? Not the same one, but another sort of like it. It's a bit fuzzy in my memory, but I do remember the sound. It was an awful hum like that. Like that she was... Like that was... I do remember the sound. This awful hum, like that was how she did it. She made a hum so sinister it drove our signal into hiding. Okay. Can I go to this TV and sit down? I can't. That means we missed one. Question: at the beginning of the video, you were asked to make note of a memory from earlier in the day and associate with one of the objects on the table. What object did you choose? Bottle. Present on the second. Then there were these on-screen captions, exactly the same every time. I don't remember what they said. Something creepy. Wow. Wow. Wait, do I have that on my soundboard? Don't. That's a shame. Wow. So this entire story, just to give some weird background on Weaver. The video began in one room and passed through a doorway to another. Each table piece of music was playing. It was the same piece of music. More fireworks. Fireworks have been going off all weekend since Friday. Optimistic. The music in the second room. Oh, the music in the second room optimistic or pessimistic? Optimistic. Didn't change. We had a title marker at the station, but it was different font. I guess she recorded it at WEVP and then took it somewhere else to add to the captions? I don't know. We did all sorts of speculating about how she made the video and why she made the video. Yeah, and why not just broadcast it normally? It was community television, right? Couldn't be any worse than Naked Banjo Guy. Yeah, exactly. Some people thought it was the protest or something, but she didn't have anything against the station. To me, it felt kind of urgent, like she would have done her broadcast through the proper channels, but something came up. A crisis or something. I mean, she dipped. Oh, geez, there's still more. Oh, the camera passed through several doors with incredible labels. Please write down the sounds you heard as the video passed through doors with the following inscriptions. Travel. Footsteps. Nourishment. Sort of clink like coins falling into a cup. Someone hammering on wood. Sleep. Fire burning. How often did it happen? A lot. Dozens of times. It went on for years. We even thought about asking the police to look into it, but it's so hard to locate a pirate signal. I mean, it could have come from any direction, you know? It's all just waves. Wait, what? What? This is the first time they've done this effect in any of the text. Exactly. Like, did they discover that they could do that, so they did it? Or is that really important? Waves, thank you for the submission, Cogswell. Video began with footage of the outside of a building that entered the building. Was it day or night outside? It was day. When the camera exited the building again, was it night or day? Night. Weaver's video showed up again right after the flood. Actually, I think it might have been the last thing we ever broadcast. Oh. Hey, location updating effect on emotional memory. These results are kind of confusing, actually. She's either very bored or just not taking it seriously. This test reminds me of one of your videos, Mimi. Bored, but kind of depressed. A portrait of anxiety. So, produce the standard effects on the forgetfulness index. That's all that needs saying, I think. Damn, this is taking a while. Daryl will be heartbroken if this is the only box we get through today. The poor thing, he's like a paper butterfly. I would say a moth. He may in fact be a moth. Look, can you read the date? Oh, damn, I can't read it. I can't read it either. May not be the current. I remember for a while we had a calendar up that was like years behind. I think Daryl liked the picture. What was it? Best friends. Every month there was a different pair of animals that were friends. Adorable. Excuse me. That's adorable. I think I'm going to be sick. Don't remember that. That weird intern brought it in from home. Oh, what was his name? Who? Oh, you remember. He was always like, we'd make fun of him for... Damn, he's almost completely gone from my brain. So many interns coming and going then. I guess I didn't bother even remembering their names. I wonder who was working back when this was recorded. Is there a tape of the monitoring room? Yeah, here it is. Yes, here it is. Oh, before we check that out, did she flip the calendar forward or backwards? Forwards. Oh, weird. They usually flip it backwards. Usually flip it backwards. But why? It's on a nail. You risk damaging the hole by pulling it up and taking it off. It's a lot easier to flip it up and look. There she goes. Wait, do you think she followed them out? Oh, well, here's the last extended monitoring tape from the dock when they left. Oh yeah, that cat's coming with us. We have a fat cat now on the boat. Yeah, we got some glowy skeletons of kind of Conway, which is what the people at the distillery look like for some reason. Conway's got a glowing skeleton arm that he picked up a shot with, and a glowing skeleton leg that I'm still not sure if this symbolizes death or if it's literally a mechanical leg that they cut off and replaced in a robotic leg that they replaced in less than an hour or two. I guess you were right. These other guys came to pick him up for work, maybe. I don't like how they're all hanging out together. It's creepy. Oh, that was Mimi. Either way, we hang out together and work together. Yes, but it's not like more than co-workers. I don't know. it's not. They're like more than coworkers. Mimi just straight up called Jen like, "No, I only hang out with you because I work with you." She just said this. I don't know. I just get this awful feeling whenever I see them. Like I knew them once, but not anymore. Like when they make up a dead person to look like an old photograph of themselves. Sort of familiar, sort of strange. Yes, exactly. It ought to be a word for that. They teleported away, and they don't find it strange that those dudes are just gone? How do they get there? Fucking the distillery of the damned. Bye, Kitty. They look like nice enough people. I'm sure she's happy with them. Yeah. Oh, this has been a bit of a memory trip for you, huh? I bet you didn't expect these old tapes to stir up so much. How does it feel for these people to come up again? Weaver Marquez and Wise Will. I mean, and what was your boyfriend's name? The one who died in college? Charlie, yes. So that's Lilette's son's name. Who Conway's being drunk put him up on that roof. It's kind of a bittersweet experience, actually. Like looking at photographs of people who've died or moved away. People that are gone. Also, they're dealing with memories, so I like that Jen immediately started questioning her like Mimi was the one taking one of these memory study things. No, not forgotten. You're right. So that can't be the turn for the worst that Will meant. Wise Will. Look at those. Look at those. What the fuck was Will's voice? He was on the phone, so I'm just mimicking the voice he was doing. Like, we actually heard a voice actor for him. Look at those easels and tables on the beach over there. They called it an open-air gallery, or probably something more upscale like Al Fresco Gallery. They said it's a popular design in foreign cities. Paris and New York. I'm doing not Wise Will. He is now he's now Morgan Freeman. That may be true. The pair is clear enough, I guess. Anyone can wander in and out. There aren't any kind of walls or doors. There's no roof either, just kind of a thin cloth membrane. Not quite a sheet or a tarp, but more like a drape or a rolled out spider web. Looking like it might bunch up and dissolve if it ever got rained on. The entire game was prototyped around the text effect, that one text effect. No concern down here for the rain. Everybody thinks they're inside just because they can't see the sky, but it's a microclimate down here, and it surely does rain. Right now they're exhibiting some intimate photographs of small town life. The highlight of the show is a large print of an old man's face. There's one of a small girl playing in a puddle. All the pictures sort of run together. After looking at them all in a row, it's hard to come away with any specific memories of people or faces. You just get the kind of fuzzy afterimage, the warm residue of a community, no individual meaningful except as a bit of the contrast or shading. Reviews have been good. It's a popular show, probably because of its relevance. The town depicted in these photos was very recently flattened to make way for a big museum project. Hey, we've been to that museum. And also it was filled with houses, and they were a slumlord. The museum was slumlording it. And the giant eagle, because this is apparently in the world there's a giant eagle, was taking the houses out to the forest so they could hang out at night. I took a nap. Ezra helped create Forge for Mushrooms. I took a nap. Oh, Forge for Mushrooms. Scene 6. I don't think we're finishing Act 5 today. We may be lucky to finish the next interlude. But damn if we ain't getting through every little bit of content we can find in this game. I'm still not sure how I feel about this game. Like, it certainly is interesting, but I also have no idea what's happening most of the time. What the whoa, this is different. We're picking huge blocks of text and they're separated. She lit a second cigarette with the embers of the first. She trembled, sweating a little under a heavy coat. It was warmer near the doors, but she was following directions. No smoking within 25 feet of hospital entrance. What? Kate gently rolls a fallen branch and plucks something white from underneath. She holds it up to Ezra to examine. The fuck is this first one? She's not even smoking, is she? Smoking? Wait, it's two stories that are happening at the same time. Kate, Sclerocybella porgens. The common name is angel wings. Isn't that pleasant? They have a delicate springy texture and they're tasty like sweet moss. So she stood by a hot dog cart parked at the edge of the sidewalk. Would you like a bite? Okay. Sweet moss doesn't sound too doesn't sound very. Oh no, we're gonna child. You're gonna eat it. A giant bird picks you up. You wander around the woods on your own. You're gonna eat this fucking moss. Okay. Ezra takes a small bite and ruminates. What do you think? Is it supposed to be spicy? No. Go ahead and spit that out. It's okay. My mushroom hunting mentor told me it's useless to pretend to know mushrooms. They escape your education. It's more you know them, the less sure you feel. The more you know them, the less sure you feel about identifying them. She taps the cover of the small red book she's carrying. That's why I always bring my favorite guide. Points to a small mushroom glowing in the dirt. Oh, here's an important one to recognize. Look, see that sort of greenish pallor of the cap? Animata phallodois. The Greek's animata means mushroom, and phallodois means, never mind. She's talking to a child. I wonder what phallodosis could mean. Phalliodes? Phalliodes? Smells like honey. Yes, sort of nauseating though, right? Sickly sweet. Death cap is the common name. It's killed a lot of people. There's very little mushroom, including a few Roman emperors. No, it's killed a lot of people, this little mushroom, including a few Roman emperors. It's revolutionary! Even the Buddha died from eating a mushroom when he was very old. That's just what they do. Clear away old things, make room for new things. Pretty important, right? I've always thought they deserved a little more respect. Would you like to help me look for a few more? I have a sort of shopping list. Great, actually, just grab any mushroom that catches your eye and throw them in this bag. Let me know when you're done and we'll see what you've got. Oh my god. Hey child, go handle some random fucking mushrooms. What could go wrong? Just pick anything you see. Like some drippy black mushrooms, you'd be like, no, this touched other mushrooms now, and now we can't eat any of them. The entire game was prototypes. It is art. Yes, this game is very much an art game. Oh, we can't click on the other one right now. Have fun. That's the second rule of mushroom hunting. The first rule is ask Kate before eating anything, okay? You sit by the hot dog cart parked at the edge of the sidewalk. Kate kneels in the grass. Kate digs in a bare patch of dirt. Kneels in the grass. She parts the grass with her garden knife, studiously combing the ground. The hot dog vendor tried to strike up a conversation with some immediately too personal questions. She decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he considered it part of his job. She thought to offer his customers some kind of counsel. Maybe it was to salve his guilty conscience for selling junk food outside a hospital. There are no mushrooms in the grass. Kate digs in a bare patch of dirt. Kate digs in a bare patch of dirt. It's a bit muddy from flooding It's a bit muddy from flooding or the general dampness of the caves. She finds two promising specimens, a spotted brown cap and a dense bundle of dark ridges. Had she ever tried any alternative medicines, acupuncture, homeopathy? I don't know how to say that. Ayurveda? Magical thinking? She said she'd never heard of any of those things. He fished a stray hot dog out of the pickle jar. He fished a stray hot dog out of the pickle jar. Like he's storing them in the jar in a fridge or refrigerated or cooled area, or his hot dogs are pickled, because these are two very different things, and one of these is certainly not what I want out of the hot dog stand, particularly in front of a hospital. Ezra investigates a rotting stump. The stump is ringed with overlapping shelves of mushrooms. Striped brown, blue, gray, white, a caterpillar crawls along one of them. He didn't like to play in the house, it was always too cold. It seemed to store up the cold at night and then slowly discharge it into his bones during the day, while the sun bounced feebly off the windows. But he liked to play in the woods behind the house. He didn't have any friends nearby. None of their new neighbors seemed to have children his age, so he played alone in the woods, alone except for the dare. Vex the caterpillar. The caterpillar shuffles listlessly across the mushroom. It seems to be dragging several of its legs. An odd brown-black thread protrudes about 2 inches out of its head. Odd brown-black thread. Oh, it's a cordyceps? It's a cordyceps? He saw strange lights in the trees flickering purple. He kept going. Ezra carefully picks up the caterpillar and puts it in his bag. Lady, you told us to pick mushrooms. Instead, we're picking caterpillars. Ezra closes his eyes and listens to the water and the distant clicking of bats. Oh, and we're now back to the left side story. Kate inspects the spotted brown cap, inspects the dense bundle of dark ridges. Dark brown ridges and folds cover the surface of the mushroom. It has a pleasant, almost fruity smell. Kate plucks the mushroom from the dirt and puts it in her bag. Kate tries to wipe some mud off her boot. Oh, you got one. Let's see it. He tripped on a protruding root and lay for a while in the mud, examining the pale upper branches of a sycamore tree, listening to the soft rumble of a faraway thunderstorm. Then louder, closer, and his hair stood on end. And there was the bird, the giant fucking eagle. Ezra hands Kate the caterpillar he found on the tree stump. So now this woman's just like, idiot child brought me a caterpillar instead of a mushroom. Is this a caterpillar? Oh, I see. Did you get a look at this black thread coming out of its head? That's actually a fungus. It grows in the caterpillar, eats it from the inside out, and then changes its behavior for a bit. They killed for these in Tibet. I don't have much use for them in my line of work, though. Yeah, it's a cordyceps. I just found this one. Takes the dense bundle of dark ridges out of her bag. This one I can't really use, but I picked it just to show it to you. It looks a lot like a very popular eating mushroom around these parts, called a morel, but it's not a morel. Kate slices the mushroom in half lengthwise. It's full of white fiber, the consistency of cotton. This is the easiest way to tell them apart. The real morel is empty. This one, the false morel, is actually kind of poisonous. I forget what its effects are exactly. Let's check the Vermeulen book. Pages. Okay, here. Symptoms include wanting to fight, demanding answers, dryness of dryness of eyes, nose, and lips, restless sheep. Wanting to fight and demanding answers are great side effects for being high on mushrooms, I suppose. Poisoned by mushrooms. Dreams of flood, of rolling stones, accidents, people transforming into owls, vampires, rockets, and traveling to the stars. Huh, that doesn't sound so bad actually. Yeah, suddenly you found a very magical mushroom. Kate puts the mushroom back into her bag. She's going for a trip at some point. She found she found the mushroom. Oh. Your parents do, for work I mean. My dad used to sell windows. People were building a lot of new houses and they needed a lot of windows. But then they stopped building houses. My mom worked at a bakery and a bar. Sometimes she would see the same people in the morning and the evening. The bakery closed and she doesn't work at the bar anymore, but she still goes there a lot to see her friends. You have a family? Oh geez, I almost had a baby once. Yeah, she's talking to a child, so we're not going to say that one. I left for home when I was very young, not much older than you actually. I bounced around jobs and shelters and finally found my way down to the Echo River, never looked back. Years later, my mother got sick and I tried to visit her, but it was too late. She was all spaced out on fevers and morphine. Also not something to say to children. I've basically been on my own since then. Well, that's just not really true. Just about everyone who sets foot aboard the Mucky Moth feels like family to me. Guess if nobody's family, then everybody's family. These are the only trees... These are the only trees in the whole cave. Who planted them here? What's this island for? It looks like someone made it on purpose. Oh, right. It's kind of a nice, simple shape. Pleasantly minimal island geometry. I'm sure it could be natural, though I mean, I don't know if the island itself is man-made or not, but I guess I don't really know much about this place, really. It's supposed to be some kind of memorial to something. Will would know more. Sorry, it's a mystery. Or kicks the dirt. Months later, she came across a book in homeopathic medicine in a used bookstore and bought it. She thought it was mostly bullshit, but found the author's notes on the unpredictability of mushrooms immediately compelling, spiritual even. She started collecting mushrooms on hikes, never eating them, just collecting, identifying, and discarding. Eventually, she connected with the Lexington Mycology Society and began to study in earnest the medicinal uses of fungi. It's a mystery. I'll search for clues. She put out her cigarette and said goodbye to the hot dog vendor and spent the rest of the afternoon listening to the doctors and trying to understand the world as they did, as a list of discrete injuries to be mended. Ezra investigates a cypress tree, looks around the shore, examines a large stone monument. The monument is covered with lichen and painted text. Reads the text. Rock graffiti. X+O forever. X+O. Do we know an X and an O? I don't know who graffitied it. I don't think we've met an X and an O. Investigates the cypress trees. The tree spells spicy, oily. Looks up into the branches. Some of the branches have been trimmed recently. Ezra inspects the contents of his pockets. Alright, what have you got? The stone-faced monument has X+O forever. There's a cat. There was a cat. There are several cats. We're being watched. There's a ghost ship of cats coming at us. There's a kitty boat. That sound is the sound of dozens of kitties mewing, echoing. Stick. And what do you think that means? Hugs and kisses forever? Or they could initial it Xavier and Olivia forever. Ceres and Olivia? What do you think the monument's for? I'm not sure anyone remembers. The branches on the tree are trimmed. Oh, good observation. So I guess someone's still taking care of this place, or just practicing their tree trimming somewhere out of the way. Well, Ezra, I can't say I know what it all adds up to. Like I said, I wish Will were here. He'd have some local history for us. We could ask him back on the boat. Kate and Ezra look up at an old battleship drifting by. Oh shit. With things like this puts it at World War I, or pre-World War I really design. Oh, there it is. The Iron Pariah. Don't worry, she's just passing by. I don't know much firsthand, but I've heard things. I heard it was in the Civil War. That would be a little after, like Olympia. It'd be like the USS Olympia age. Supposedly, there's nobody on board. No people, I mean. Someone told me she'd got close to it by accident and heard a strange wailing. Scare the child. Wailing sound. She was a passenger on the Mammoth. She said she'd been out fishing on a rowboat and got swept up by a current near the cluttered place. Before she knew it, the Iron Pariah was upon her, unimaginably massive up close, but eerily silent. The only sound, she said, was the lapping of the lake water against its iron hull and a faint sort of, chorus of mews. I'll be damned if I know what that sounds like. I've never gotten close enough to the ship myself. It was in the Civil War. I guess they had boats full of soldiers and supplies going up and down the Ohio River, and they fought on the river like boat to boat with cannons or something, I guess. Machine guns? I'm no military historian, as you can probably tell. Anyways, I guess this one just ended up getting lost and somehow ended up all the way down here. Maybe it slipped into a cave up north. They're all connected underground. That's another version of the story where it didn't get lost. It was full of deserters. They came down here to hide. Maybe that's why it's a pariah. More mysteries. They do pile up over time as people forget the details. Thanks for taking me mushroom picking. Oh, that sounds like it's going to end it. Ezra's parents shook him awake. They seemed alarmed, but not immediately concerned. They led him back to the house, past the house, into the car. Dad said they were going to stay at a bus station for a while. The one with the little arcade, with the little car game he liked. Dad watched him closely in the rearview mirror, expecting Ezra to be excited or confused or scared, but he didn't feel anything. He hardly seemed to hear. In fact, he felt like he was observing the family car from a distance, from far above, from the clouds. Oh, you became one with the bird. Julian. Julian's also a big snake. Yeah, there's like a giant snake somewhere named Julian that opens doors. I recall that story. Mushroom hunting. You can pick apples because they're right out there in the open. Mushrooms hide. You have to hunt for them. Sure. Go to the boat. Time to go. Yes. Wait. Not yet. What else is there? Hold up. Why give me the option to leave but not make me leave? Can I just enjoy these two-dimensional trees? Seems to be anything I could do here, so we're gonna go. Maybe if the cat boat was still passing by. Water sounds and delicate synthesizer music. See the rough circle of rocky protrusions near the shore. It's more intricate than it looks. More than 2/3 of it is actually underwater. I haven't seen it myself. Oh, that's right. We're Wise Willie. I haven't seen it myself. But listen to this. It's man-made. The rocks weren't placed according to their size. So what's visible is more or less uniformly random selection of the overall shape. Looks like it might be a spiral, all told, or maybe some kind of meditative labyrinth. At the head of it is a petrified oak stump that was moved here from above ground, of course, decades ago. That's where the ceremony took place. The Locks were married here. Many frail-tongued observers said they should just go with Lock or Luck, or split the difference with Look, or even Lick, or really anything else, but it was never gonna happen. Marge and Luck Enroll met in prison. Greta and Norm Locke were high school sweethearts. Billy Luck and W.H. Locke met in line at the DMV. Their driver license photographs were mixed up by the clerk, a mistake they discovered immediately but never corrected. Their engagement was welcome news for the family business, who'd been looking for some opportunity to merge interests. The Locks ran a busy printing press, and the Lucks managed a fleet of bicycle couriers. That's actually pretty good for synergy. These were the Locks of Locked Large Animal Storage and the Lucks of Luck Family Nut Company. So they have elephants and peanuts. No, we're going with the first one. The first one makes way more sense. The natural next step was to start a local paper, what would become the Echo River Evening Record. The ceremony itself was humble and perfunctory, and it must have somehow involved these rocks. Maybe they walked around them in a spiral, like a symbol of their ever-tightening bond. Probably the rocks marked the boundaries between the two families, Lux on the inner loop, Lux on the outer, or the other way around. Yeah, spiral. It must have also involved that petrified stump. Neither family is particularly religious, but rumors persist the officiant wore a robe. Cultists! Shannon helped me fix up a mushroom stew in the kitchen. Shannon and her friends set out on the dinghy to deliver a package at the telephone exchange. Dude. There's a nice short scene of us making some food with maybe deadly mushrooms. Oh shit! There's a hard tripping mushroom we have. Carl's in a seat. Best dressed person on this boat. Will, add a few of these really moist caps with the slimy gills. I shouldn't say slimy. Moist. The lady in the video called for portobello, but I prefer never to know a mushroom by name. We're stopping at a restaurant soon, right? So this is a breakfast stew. This is a breakfast stew? It will be, but not today. This stew's for tomorrow. It has to simmer all day. Some things are just better done slowly. We've added the anonymous mushrooms, so next we, got the recipe video on pause next door. I used to follow a recipe I learned from Ida herself. The best cook you're gonna meet on this river, of course. It had a few secret ingredients. Of course it had a few secret ingredients. She has the good sense to preserve some mystery around her cooking. Better for business. Ida is so shrewd. She swore me not only to secrecy, but to ignorance. I had to promise to forget the recipe just as soon as I'd cooked it. Let me tell you, it's not so easy to forget something on purpose as you may think, my friend. There are some insects in the belly of this ship. Or are they crabs? They might be crabs. Hermit crabs. Yeah, I think they're hermit crabs in the belly of the boat. Not so easy. Recipe. Video. Crushed tomatoes. Crushed tomatoes, salsa, or even a little ketchup. Here's the thing, nobody has to know. Throw in some of that spicy blend we threw together earlier. Stir that all up and crack a beer, baby. You'll be here for a while. Tomatoes, salsa, or even a little ketchup. What'd you just say to do? I was trying to make this stew right now. Well, the last step he did, she said add something red. The last step he did. He put a couple mushrooms in. Then I think he forgot what he was doing for a little while. Maybe I'd help him figure out. Kinda got sucked into this program. Tape recording of a cat purring. Oh, that's what that symbol meant. Well, we missed the opportunity to record some things then. Even that wasn't enough to convince her, so I trained rigorously in the art of forgetting, studying for months under the master amnesiac. Finally, I learned to forget so quickly and accurately that I was able to convince Ida to share with me the most obscure secrets of her kitchen. A beard here decided to join me more closely. Yeah, whatever. As a demonstration of my trustworthiness, I forgot the names of my own parents right there in front of her. Every time I want to cook this legendary stew, I'd call Ida up on the telephone, ask her for a quick temporary reminder. Here on the boat, we ain't got a telephone line, so I have to seek out culinary wisdom via videotape self-cooking shows. So back to the matter at hand. Next we already make the spice. Did you already make the spice blend? Oh, it's you, I thought. Never mind. Hello. Well, I don't know what qualifies as a spice blend, but I spilled the salt in some of Kate's herbal tea here. Shannon. Hey there, could I ask you to Will? Wait. Why are you cooking? We're stopping at Sam and Ida's in 20 minutes. It's for tomorrow. Oh, well, don't forget about it this time. I'm not scrubbing up any more boiled over sludge. Sorry, listen. I have a favor to ask. There's a package for the telephone exchange. I can't get the mammoth back there. Could you deliver it for us? Thanks a lot. I've got the dinghy all ready to go. Maybe take your friend with you. One of you can man the outboard motor and the other can aim the flashlight. It's so dark. Well, looks like we're going on that run regardless, but we cooked some stew before. So now I know that everything I missed on the boat we could have seen and still done everything else. No, that's not true. When we clicked on the dog one, we didn't get to do the other side. Let's see. Echo River Central Exchange. Thank you again for your help. It's about as far as the tugboat can go. You know, the noise and the lights disturb the bats, so you'll have to pass through the bat sanctuary, which is really nice. By the way, be sure to check out all the plaques and stuff for cool bat facts. Plenty of time. Anyways, the Echo River Central Exchange, or excuse me, Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. They changed the name when the power company took over. Anyways, it's just on the other side of that bat sanctuary. This package is going to Poppy. She's an operator. The operator. We'll meet you on the other side at Sam and Ida's for our scheduled early breakfast stop. Just follow the river, you can't mix it. Oh, and I almost forgot. You may or may not be interested. There's this kind of weird memorial sculpture on the way in, just before the bat sanctuary. I always recommend people at least stop and take a look at it. It's really sort of... I don't know how to say it. You should check it out. Okay, bye. Are we going? Do I have to click to move? Oh, this is the spot where everything clusters? So slow. The sign does not appear to have actual text on it. This is weird. The camera's moving in a very interesting way. I feel like I'm not getting closer, but also that I am getting closer. I know we are getting closer, but it's doing it in a way that is... The weird... Camera has to be moving at a fixed rate with the boat, because the boat isn't changing size. I think it is. If I didn't use this to look around, would we have slammed straight into this thing? Oh, Blue came with us. Hi, Blue. Why can't we pet you still? Sign. We claim these helmets in the names of the folks who wore them and place them here in their memory, but also as a spit in the greedy green eye of that power company who bought up our old mine and traded our brothers and sisters' safety for a little more yield, but only yielded 28 good men and women dead when the walls collapsed and the tunnels filled with water. Their lungs were black, but now they're washed clean and full of water too, swept through hidden tunnels into some awful cave we never will find, and so we guess the water buried them for us, so let this be the marker for their grave. And if any son of a bitch from that power company wants to take back these helmets as company property, you just try it and see what will happen. Where your folks died, lady. Or, Shannon. These could be your parents' helmets. Hey, Elcor, that's the mine we met in, where your folks, worked. Looks like it's been here a while. I sure as hell wouldn't want to mess with it. I think whoever wrote it is still that angry. Sure, angry. Mainly just hurt. Yeah, everyone's got their own way, I guess. This probably stirs up... I mean, how do you... It's fine. I'm glad this is here. People should remember this happened. Fine, I'm glad this is here. People should remember this happened. Well, here we are, remembering. And I didn't even know it the first time around, but I guess I'm remembering it now. And that's a fun memorial, I guess. Oh, hi. What? You're looking at me like I'm crazy. It's just sometimes I forget I don't know really. Are you feeling okay? It's nothing. Oh, sure, it doesn't hurt anymore, my leg. It's just kind of numb. Like it's not there. My shoulder too, actually. That's an old one. Though from an accident. I'm lucky I just had some nerve damage there. It probably should have been a lot worse. You know, those guys from the display are just making the best of a bad situation like the rest of us. Hey, one of them said to me earlier they could even help me take care of these medical bills for my leg, you know? Get it all together in a plan, consolidated. What? When did you talk to them about that? Oh, they're around. They're pretty much everywhere you look on this river. You really haven't noticed? Anyways, I have a feeling it'll all work out. Me? Why not? Seems like you're getting pretty close to finding your cousin, right? And besides that, you're young and smart, plenty of time to bounce back from whatever. Listen, that old truck I've been driving belonged to my boss, Ira. Lysette's husband. To be honest, Ira didn't like me very much, but somehow Liz got it in her mind that he would have wanted me to have the truck someday. Maybe to make up for all the yelling he did, or maybe so his ghost could hold it over me. Just one more thing to feel like I owed him for. Anyway, they got their own trucks at the distillery, and now that the antique shop is closing up, I've got no use for the old truck. I was thinking you could take it. Barely know you. Sure, I can keep an eye on it until you get straightened out. Sure, okay, sounds good. Free boat. Ghost. 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 Still no? Sign. Visitors to the Echo River Nomadic Brown Bat Artificial Hibernarium. No, Hibernaculum? Hulium? And Sanctuary are asked to take extra precautions in order to prevent the introduction of foreign fungal contaminants and the spread of white noise syndrome. Please do not visit the sanctuary during the same day in which you visited any cave known or suspected to host bats infected with white nose syndrome. Please do not leave your vehicle. If you must leave your vehicle, please remove shoes, clothing, jewelry, headwear, and eyeglasses to ensure you do not bring any foreign spores ashore with you. Please do not touch any bats or structures. The nomadic brown bat is confused by light. If you are using a lantern or other artificial light source, be aware that it may attract and confuse the bats. If you are approached by bats, do not panic. Relax. Stop your vehicle and switch off your light. Never touch a bat. I don't think this was helping it at all, but why not? All the lanterns. Bat fact. Ever talk with your mouth full? Bats do it all the time. Bats talk in extremely high frequency clicks, too high for humans to hear. When they use their powerful ears to scan for the echoes of these ultrasonic clicks. By comparing very subtle differences in the time these echoes take to come back, differences of just billionths of a second, bats are able to picture their environment with enough accuracy to catch a flying insect. Once a bat has caught an insect in its mouth, it's still flying, and so it still needs to avoid running into anything, so bats keep clicking away even while they munch on a tasty bug snack. It may be poor table manners, but it's crucial for surviving in the dark. I wonder how the other bats know whether one of them is really talking or just chasing a bug. I think when they're actually communicating, it sounds more like singing. Sometimes it's hard to know with people too. Here with the first one. I'd like to hear that. Still no tea. Bat sound intensified. This is the subtitle. Subtitle was Bat sounds intensify. Bat fact: the nomadic brown bat has natural diet mostly consisting of moths and other small insects that breed along the river. Here at the artificial hibernarium, Callium and Sanctuary, we use a combination of chemical snares and ultrasonic wards to repel all potentially contaminant-bearing insects and replace them with our own locally bred and spawned hypoallergenic antiseptic pseudomoths, which we call the little gray nothing moth. Antiseptic hypoallergenic pseudomoth. The fucking jumble of words. You may be why are you creating artificial moths so the bat colony is being protected that hard, huh? Maybe their immune system should be able to handle a lot of shit. You may be thinking that other moths and insects the nomadic brown bat would have been eating are very much relieved that their natural predator has found another food source. Not so. We've installed netting and highly effective moth traps along the river wherever the nomadic brown bat normally hunts to balance their escape from the food chain. Mothman cometh. But eating moths isn't the only systemic contribution these bats make. They also produce a potent fertilizer in the form of guano that helps plant life thrive along the Echo River. The shores... Echo River, there should be a comma here, and thrive along the Echo River, the shores of... This is an odd sentence. Not just my reading ability failing. Helps plant life thrive along the Echo River and the shore of Lake Leth. Because these are two separate things, not Echo River, the shore of Lake Leth. In order to minimize the sanctuary's impact on subterranean agriculture, we collect that precarious guano here at the Hibernaculium and manually distribute it throughout the caves. It's a full-time job. Sounds like a lot of work. Eat fake moths? I wonder how the bats would feel about their guano being taken like that. All fake except for the bats. All fake except for the bats. Yeah, I guess so. It reminds me of that guy Donald that his crew down there with the computer. Right, it is reassuring to know someone is taking care of everything for these little bats. Kind of bothers me, like they're tricking the bats? Yeah, in this case I think it's about survival. I mean, that's the bottom line. What's the difference? Like the folks in the mine, you said they used to buy stuff, fans, canaries, all those little trinkets to make it bearable. There's still a lot of stuff down there. It feels cluttered, but human. And I just mean all the people need is enough to pretend we're home and we can make it anywhere. Sure, people can, but what about bats? You get kind of philosophical when you're drinking. Did anyone ever tell you that? Yeah, I guess I do. Nah, this is nothing. I used to have this drinking buddy who'd get loaded and tell the weirdest damn riddles, like, which is more musical, a truck passing by a factory or a truck passing by a music school? Huh, count your blessings. There's an umbrella. Fuck? Why is there a stripy tree? Why are there multiple umbrellas? Take a direction, Conway, and let's fucking go. Oh, you only go if I'm not looking around. Skeleton Mans. Being followed by Skeleton Mans. See, this is why people think you're creepy, guys. You're just back there lurking. Sign: White nose syndrome is still largely a mystery. We suspect that the white fungal growth which appears on bats' faces and wings irritates and confuses them. causing them to awaken early from hibernation and venture outside, depleting stored energy they need to survive through winter. But biologists are nowhere near curing the disease. It spreads quickly and it is highly fatal. Excuse me. In this way, white nose syndrome has drawn some comparisons to colony collapse disorder, as suffered by bees. White nose syndrome and colony collapse disorder are sudden, violent, and mysterious. Will honeybees and the nomadic brown bat be the two more lost species wiped out in a geological blink and forgotten to natural history? Something flashed in the bottom left corner of the screen. It's possible that a cure won't be identified in time, so the sanctity of this artificial Hiberculium is our best hope of preserving them. Leave the Echo River nomadic brown bat, Hiberculium, and Sanctuary. Please make sure your vehicle and clothing are free of hitch. How drunk are you, buddy? Conway, you're weaving and there's nothing here. Was something over there, but... Telephone pole. Oh! We must be getting close to the central exchange. Dude, these appear to be all cut telephone lines. I don't know. They must still be connected. There's our dock. End of chapter. Just a desk. So this isn't like a bat sanctuary. So the bats are fluttering about. Careful up there. You can't drive your new truck if you slip and break your legs. I'll be careful. You just don't fall asleep. You too. Try not to make any more bad deals while I'm gone. Ha ha ha. I'll just be floating along down here. Keep your eyes open. Don't look back. Yeah, those two dudes are gonna roll up on you and make some more deals. Hi, Flora. Oh, hi, I remember you. What are you doing down here? Do you know where that's... Exploring. I like dark underground places. I'm a romantic. Really? What does that mean to you? I'm more classical myself. Yeah, I guess we're doing literature periods? What? That mean to you? It means I like poems and rivers and mysteries. Okay, bye. What? It means I like poems, rivers, and mysteries. Okay, bye. This is a good conversation there. Danshell? Dashell? Be bypassed with another capacitor at 100 nanofarads to reduce noise. If your circuit's too noisy, you should tie those floating pins to ground. Aw, that's a pretty good idea. They're probably picking up all kinds of radio interference. Then Shell Morse, pleased to meet you. We don't install this type of phone for customers anymore, but there are quite a few still in circulation. Anyways, the new system doesn't source enough current to ring these old bells, so I'm trying to come up with a workaround. Maybe a little box the customers could attach right before the wall jack. I mean, that is a thing that got made for certain phones, yes. Bit of a circuit geek myself. Oh, I bet. I mean, oh, you seem comfortable with electronics. This is your first time down here? Yeah, I can tell. Your eyes haven't quite adjusted to the light. It takes some practice. Believe it or not, I've been coming down here since I was a kid. For one reason or the next. Back then, this place was a train station. It's true, they had bats then too, but they were considered a nuisance. Train station? What happened to it? Well, the river shifted and this place slowly filled with water, carrying the trains away with the current. It does that, the river, and I don't begrudge it. It's a good reminder that everything we have is borrowed, even trains. Eventually, someone at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces heard this place is still empty, so they moved the phone company in here. I returned here as a young lineman, a skill I picked up in wartime, running a telephone lines behind enemy lines. We used trees instead of poles. I missed that, actually. They were easier to climb. Just as well, I'm in no shape to be climbing anything these days. The closest I get is patching up the wiring in the crystal room for the WEVP folks. That's WEVP, they're on your side. That's community television. I volunteered there for a number of years. I know everyone over there. Ralph, Sherry, Weaver, Dave. Weaver Marquez? Sure, Weaver Marquez. That's funny. I was just thinking about it. Yeah, I met her a couple of times at the TV station. I suppose I didn't know her too well. She handled the archives. I was helping with wiring and stuff. She really seemed to know her way around all that gear, though. She had a head for signals, I think. No idea where she ended up, but I guess she's probably not too popular around the station anymore. But I always liked her. Listen, miss, if you're interested in WEVP, you should go talk to them directly. They're always looking for volunteers. Take the ferry over there to the silo. There's a mail stop there. They don't have a sign or anything, just ask around. Guess I'll get back to this damn old ringer. Poppy's just a little farther down if you're dropping off that package. Nice chatting with you. I like black. Abel and Eloris, the lovers, couriers. Bred for racing, Abel and Laura spent most of their lives as carrier pigeons in the employ of the Echo River Avian Post. They retired here after Abel was disfigured in an accident with a light aircraft. But old habits were hard to die. Abel and Eloris would pick up scraps of paper from the ground, trash, even pull them out of pockets and deliver them to other people nearby, to delight or embarrassment. Word spread and travelers passing through this tunnel began coming prepared with love letters, poems, and other written desires to pass along indirectly through these pigeons. After a hard day's work, Abel and Eloris would always be found nestled closely together in a disused newspaper stands set aside for their habitation. That's where we left them. Ah, that's where the pigeons on the pillars are. Oh, game. What was that? Stop turning around. Go talk to Poppy. Just sit it over by the lamp, sweetie. Thanks. Actually, just a minute. Who does the parcel claim to be from? Laszlo Electronics, Consolidated Power Co. Oh, that must be my new patch cables. Not a minute too soon. This one's here's hanging on by a fiber. So who are you? Do you work for the post office? Or the tugboat? I only asked because I haven't seen you before. Was that you I heard chatting down the hall? Aren't you doing Kate a favor dropping off this package? Kate? Oh, I love Kate. She helped deliver both my nieces. One's in a hospital, and one at the base of a mossy moonlit oak. It was beautiful. I love Kate. Wait, what? Gave birth in the woods on the grounds? I think Loretta's granddaughter used to too. Oh, Loretta used to work here actually. I think quite a few of our former operatives Operators have relied at some point on Kate's services. Well, now I guess they'll have more time with their little ones, you see. All their chairs are empty. It wasn't always like this. When I came to work at the Echo River Central Exchange, there were 12 of us. Loretta, Edna, Meg, Kara, Mari, Lois, Liz, Hester, Agna, Wilma, Connie. We've met one of these, I think. I was in number 12. Connie and I were hired on the same day, but she showed up early. Mari finished college and Hester was fired for snapping at a rude customer, but he also had it coming. I heard she did just fine on her own. So they hired Beryl, Jana, and Sachiko, which brought us up to 13. That was as many operas we ever had here at one time. The power company came along, buying up all the lines, and one day, what voice did I start her at? When did she become, well, shit. One day they took the exchange as a throw-in, like it was nothing. Nothing. They started phasing us out. Edna, Meg, Kara, and Lois left one Friday evening, and they were asked not to come back until Monday morning. Beryl saw the writing on the wall and quickly found employment at private PBX. Fair enough. They had Jana and Liz stop routing calls and write up some kind of best practices document instead. It was their final task as exchange employees. Some of the girls were reassigned to other divisions. Connie, I think, was checking residential meters. Sachiko and Wilma were moved into energy sales, cold calling businesses to see if they needed to upgrade their electricity plan. At least they were still on the phone. Upgrade your electricity plan? Like you're pre-buying electricity? What do you mean upgrading your electricity plan? Upgrading the lines? Is electricity not supplied on demand in this city? I don't know what that means. Then it was just Loretta, Angie, and me, and we were swamped with... The hours were hell, hard on the throat. The voice with a smile became a croak. It was a gargling warm salt water in the break room. I was gargling warm salt water in the break room, sipping from a thermos full of hot honey broth stashed under my chair. Oh, I brought a lot of extend technique to the switchboard in those days. They're pretty good to me. Yeah, I'm impressed. He got the vultures out. He'll burn out the relay. Where was I? Hot bunny broth. And the switchboard technique. Just the three of you. They were the smart ones. That's how they hold on so long. They went into voice work, recording canned faces for IVR systems and robocall polling. I can never do that. So after a few months, it was just me. A new automation strategy was announced and the place was rechristened Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. It's all automated. What do you do here? Not fully automated. There's still gaps in functionality that need a human touch. You know, it really is all about touch here. Sound is a vibration and a touch you feel in your ear. So my voice is my touch. When we're talking, we're touching. Even on the phone, that's an electric touch. An intimate little shock that makes your tiny hairs tremble. Okay, that's not even what I mean when I say it's all about touch here. When the power company first tried automating this old exchange with fancy new transistor relays, the switchboard caught fire. It was just too much, too fast. So they tried using some clunky old mechanical relays, but then the calls were getting mismatched and out of sync. It was a nightmare. Their technicians determined the phone system down here had been designed ad hoc over decades around the specific tempo of its human operators. So, short of replacing the whole thing, not to mention all the wiring, they'd have to work out the exact timing of every little human gesture that goes into routing a phone call. And that officially is my role here. I run the switchboard for the whole exchange. Once the work of 12, I'd like to remind you, they have some kind of machine software that tracks how long it takes me to do each little thing. The caller never hears my voice now. They dial, my little indicator light switches on, and I make the connection. I miss talking to callers. You know, that's something that bothers me about the process, besides the fact I'm training my replacement, who isn't even human. I've done that to many people. Sorry. Sometimes you just start being like, hey, you asked me to do this for you. Here, it does it. Cool. That's your whole job? My bad. You asked me to do it, though. It's not my fault. Couple of days. Be a week. Here's what I mean. How long do you think it should take to time my every move and recreate that timing in an automated switchboard? Rough estimate. At least a month. That's what I said, but this has been going on for over a year, and a very dark thought has started to nag at me. What if there is no cheap machine that's going to replace me? What if it's cheaper to keep me here, filling in the rhythm of the operators? What if I'm the cheap machine? Bad news, lady. You probably are the cheap machine. Just quit. In this economy? No, you're probably right. Working in silence for peanut shells, waiting to be replaced by a robot. It doesn't sound very dignified, does it? The reality is that I have been working here for my whole adult life. I came in here as a girl. I leave as a middle-aged woman. I don't know if I'm ready to be her yet. Oh, the parcel right over there by the lamp is fine. Thanks for dropping that off. Take care. Think of me when you dial 0. Oh! I knew it. He's dead. They got him. Is that at the end of the act? Or the end of the chapter? Or... I mean, scene as well. It's the end of the scene for sure. It's the end of the act. The question. Game? She returned on that dinghy alone. She had a strong and sudden urge to shut off the motor and let the current take her, but she couldn't work out where that impulse came from, so she did her best to resist it. She met a family of 5 on a flat-bottomed skiff. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. She met a flower salesman on a raft. She met a painter. I like the bicycle dude. He said they took turns. The water was cold and the floating bicycle, while technically marvelous, wasn't quite buoyant enough for the both of them. Swimming is hard work, for the hardest work that dog had ever done, he expected. They'd been traveling this way for most of the night, struggling through the icy waters, stopping to recover when they could find a rock large enough to start the small campfire. He had his belongings stuffed into a weathered guitar case. It floated pretty well, so he only had to keep an eye on it and occasionally free it from a rock or some driftwood it was caught on. He asked if he had the guitar in his case or just clothes. He appreciated the offer. She invited him to ride a ways on the dinghy. He appreciated the offer, but they weren't in a hurry. She met a family of 5 on a flat-bottomed skiff. Apparently we're doing all of them. The boat was loaded to capacity with black plastic bags and a few larger pieces of furniture wrapped in a blue tarp. 3 paddled, the 2 adults and the older child. The 2 younger children slept. They had been traveling all night, first by car and then the last few hours by boat. Hungry and tired, they didn't plan to stop until they reached West Virginia, where a relative had offered to take them in. but the adults were happy to take a break from paddling in weary silence. They asked her about her river journey. She told them about the memorial. They were sympathetic, no minors in their family, but he had once was injured at a warehouse job and had to fight for disability pay. They knew what these companies were like and what it was like to have to assert your humanity to them. They wished her well and paddled on towards West Virginia. She met a flower salesman on a raft. They floated along in buoyant pots, bobbing, untethered, corralled them with a long pole and a stream of small adjustments. He leaned over the water to get a closer look. There had work for the day, so his stock was full. He pushed a few bouquets her way. First, an elaborate bundle of pomegranates arranged in the Roman style. He said it was for a particular kind of person. If it didn't remind her of anyone in specific, she'd better move on. Next, a delicate mixture of dandelions. He was feeling distracted when he first designed it, but some customers found it hopeful. Finally, an elaborate mixture of snapdragons, made to look domestic. He suggested it would make an appropriate apology bouquet. Drifted away with the current, pushing his flowers along with the raft. She gave in, shut off the motor, and floated for a while. Then she knew what she had been craving, a moment of silence. And we get a moment of silence because the game says so. Oh, how much longer is this act? So there's no chance we're even starting Act 5 tonight. It's beginning to look like we won't even get to the interlude. Scene 9. Sam and Ida's. I'm going to take a quick break here. Because I've been standing here for 4 hours. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, it's still going in the background, huh? I guess we're going to wait for this thing to lift up so we can see what it is. Let the camera stop moving and then I'll go. So that's a submergible. The mammoth is there. To our right. Our right of scene. Oh, jeez. So it's a type of diving bell that you just stand in. Oh, that's Sam. That makes sense. It's a diving belt. So, no one else to talk to. We can go upstairs or we can talk to Sam. We're going to talk to Sam. Sometimes I wonder... Hello out there, at it up or down. Sometimes I wonder myself. I'm just looking for the crew of the Mucky Mammoth. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They stop here every morning. I expect they're upstairs now. I got the coffee going. I could use a cup myself. It's cold down there. Head on upstairs. She'll take care of you. I'll be along in a minute. Man, she's booking it. She does not want to talk to this man in his diving bell anymore. Oh, no railings. Oh, no, it's got rope railings. Where's Johnny? Oh, there's Johnny. Just in time. We are already finished eating. But we're about to place a to-go order for Clara. She's back on board, getting ready for her show. Take a look at the menu. I'm sure there's something you'll like. Ida's a bit of a local celebrity for her cooking. For her cooking, I mean. Ezra was just talking about you. He's around here. He's around the corner playing a video game. Maybe go let him know you two are back, or where's the old man anyways? Video game? I thought you said video game. That's a claw game. Oh, bad luck. You'll get it next time. Got a quarter? He's almost got this. It's true. Sure, it's a kid. We'll give him a quarter. Sure, I have 1 quarter. So, where's... Took him. Gotta be ready for his morning shift. Damn, yeah, he really got himself in a situation there. Yeah, I'm gonna sit down. Cool, cool. Oh, the food here is good. I think everyone else is finishing up. Probably get something to go. Ezra. Alright, Claw Maestro. Let's give it another shot. Let's see what's on the top of the pile here. A stuffed octopus, a plastic bag full of clamshells, a cowboy hat, and some big headphones. The octopus has a leg wrapped around the boombox underneath it. The shells are pretty clear, but I don't know if the claw can really grip the bag that well. The cowboy hat's in the corner, so it's kind of a tricky to tell if it's wedged or not. These headphones might be a good bet, but I can't see the cord. Could be wrapped around something. Going for it. I can get the octopus. Clamshells. Alright, I admire your confidence. When I put this quarter in, you'll have about 8 seconds to grab your prize. The octopus is square in the middle. Let me know if you need any help lining it up. I've got a slightly different view from a field from up here. Ready? Here we go. Johnny inches the quarter and the machine awakens. 8. The claw hovers in the front left corner of the machine. Up. Oh, no, stop. Right. Center of the machine. Does this look right? Good, go for it. Alright. Just pulling the tea leaves from this cup of tea. Button to drop the claw. Grabs the octopus. Ah, no good. I had a feeling the octopus was a little too comfortable in there. Hey, listen. Sounds like the old man you were following around. I guess he had to leave. Is he coming back? Well, probably not. He got himself on a trajectory, you know? Space accelerate move this forward? It does not. It's only mouse. Anyways, I don't know what kind of plans you have now, but if you need help figuring out your next move, you can always talk to me and Miss Junebug. I just want to make sure you know. Well, you gonna take the child? Cheers. Hot still. I keep going with you? If I made it with Julian, then we could get back above ground. When we get back above ground, I go back to the museum. Oh, he's your brother, you said, right? Hey, maybe we have some time to poke around this place a little. We have some pretty wild stuff in here. Man, but dude, you still walking like a robot. Hey, did you see this? They keep a table full of fake food over here. I've never known why. Actually, I think it might be real food coated with celiac or something. Preserved. Oh, look at this. Tentacle-looking thing is half eaten. This is someone's meal that they didn't finish. Tentacle gross. Man, I don't know. Some people really like that stuff. Had some fried calamari once at a gas station. Oh, at a gas station. What a fucking bowl. Pretty good, but I stripped the gear trying to chew the beak. They're supposed to take that out. Sam and Ida preserved this half-eaten meal. Must have been pretty important to them, right? Maybe it belonged to someone they care about. Like a beloved uncle had a mid-meal stroke, so they kept it in his memory. This fucking dark. This man died at the table, so we preserved his food, so we'll always remember the moments of his death. Why? Yeah, like these sunflower seeds my folks left behind. Folks left behind a bag of sunflower seeds, but I threw it away. I should have kept it, right? Oh, I didn't I didn't mean that, kid. You don't have to hang on to every little memento. Sure, you still remember them just fine. You worried about them? Yeah, it's weird. They just disappeared. No, they're gone. There's nothing to worry about. I just missed them. They almost certainly work at the distillery now, right? The way this entire area seems to work is everyone in debt ends up at that distillery, whether or not they wish to be there or not. Yeah, listen, it's okay to be a little worried. You're doing fine. Oh, it's that circle scribble on the wall that was in that last section of them. Not the last section, but when they were taking that test thing. Kate, weird, I thought it was his truck and delivery. His truck and delivery and all. It was. That's what she's saying, but he gave it to her just before they took him away. But you're going to deliver it anyways, why? He's my friend. Needs my help to finish his job. On my way, somebody's waiting for those antiques. That's right, he's our friend too. Johnny and I will help you unload when we get there. Lift with your legs, Cricket. Yes, ma'am. What's up, Ira? I'm sorry, Ida? So how was everything? How was the sweet cave snail? Devastating, you're a killer, Ida. Well, I can't take all the credit. Sam came across a whole cave snail colony down there about a year back. We've been leaving rock candy for them to gorge on since started harvesting earlier this month. Yes, it's all about patience down here. Everything grows more slowly in the dark. There's a fish in Lake Leth that lives to 200 years and its flavor profile only develops at about 75. Got a pot of bones in there that's been stewing for at least a week. Don't remember why I put them on. Come to think of it, I don't remember what kind of bones they are. Oh, we needed one for the road. Clara said she wanted something primordial, she said. What does that mean? It reviews the menu. Something deep on the primordial would be old? Or something simple. It's probably not something from deep in the lake. Could be. And Shannon the menu. Here, you pick. I'm no good at this. Shannon inspects the menu. You probably like balsamic carrot, old scallops? Oh. You don't want old seafood at all. Any type of old seafood. Unless you're fucking the Nordic people rotting some shark so you can eat it. Or fermenting fish. That's a taste that I'm not down with. Fermented fish. Old scallop. Oh, I don't mind Worcestershire. I don't mind Worcestershire sauce. Which is fermented fish. Fish sauce also fermented seafood? I have no idea. Balsamic carrot, old scallop with small salad and cavefish. Blind prawn cakes with cranberry butter sauce. the blind part is very important to their flavor profile. Are these randomly generated as well? Spicy blind salamander and rice. Barnacle cauliflower soup. Mussel hot pot. Mussel hot pot sounds really good. You go blind from eating it. Are these randomly generated again? These feel like they're randomly generated again. Barnacle cauliflower soup. Ew, barnacles. So pointy and sharp. Page. Charred blind salamander with cranberry black bean relish. Pork and shrimp gumbo. Cedar plank mollusk with parmesan. Where did you get pork? They get there's no pork in the lake. Cedar plank mollusk with parmesan herb crust and butter sauce. That sounds simple, right? Pork and shrimp gumbo. Good choice. Your friend will love it. I'll have it right out, sweetie. Ezra leans over the table, carefully examines the preserved food and drink. He prods a half-eaten tentacle. He gently compresses a pea-sized eyeball on a plate. He runs his finger along a grayish claw. Tentacle is solid and fixed in place. Alright, we used to steam those. Juicy. But I prefer them smoked now. Sorry I startled you, sweetie. Why is it hard? Why is it hard? We covered it in shellac. Do you know what shellac is? It's bug's wax. Wait, shellac is made of bug's wax? I did not know that. I've used shellac before. I'd never really thought of what it was. Wait, is it made from a bug wax, or is it a wax made of bugs? That's a pretty big difference. Given the name, I'm going to guess it's crushed insects of some sort. Perhaps beetles. I know we're very happy about crushing beetles for various things. This food is about 15 years old now. It's true. Things were different then. Nobody came to eat here. We were fighting just to keep the lights on. Damn, my husband was depressed. He couldn't catch anything. This was part of the problem. Most of what we served was shipped and frozen or dried. I just threw it in the fryer. We both came a long way since then. 2 young men came in for dinner. Seasoned divers, they said. Over 10,000 hours between them in Lake Leth alone. They'd been out days salvaging parts from a riverboat wreck and had worked up a fierce hunger. They said they ordered the whole menu without even looking at it. It was a short menu in those days. Got them right here. They went back to the kitchen. Sam was next to the table doing a Sudoku and drinking malt liquor, his usual routine at the time. An hour later, I was cleaning up when Sam came bursting into the kitchen. Ida, he said, some kind of frantic. These divers are still hungry. Bring them another course. And I said, they already ordered the whole menu. Make something new. Keep making up dishes. Whatever. Just keep bringing out food. So I did until the small hours of the morning. I made up so many new dishes that night I could write a book, and it was good. Inspired. But I was working so hot and fast at the burning edge of inspiration I didn't think to write any of it down. I was so wrecked with exhaustion the next day I knew I couldn't remember what all I had done in the kitchen. Sam thought we should take a photograph the leftovers, but we couldn't get the lighting right, so we just shellacked the whole table. Now when I need inspiration for the menu, I come on a look here and think of all those ingenious dishes I threw together for those divers. Of course, they didn't pay their full bill. I heard one of them complaining to the other. Let's just pay half and let them charge the other half to whatever demon is in the kitchen kept making up food faster than we could ask for it. Hey Rajay, how are you doing this Sunday evening? Worcestershire sauce pronounced Worcestershire? Worcestershire? It depends. City is Worcestershire. Shire? Worcestershire? Worcestershire? Some call him A, some call it beam. Yeah. According to the interwebs, it's kind of a resin secreted by the female lac bug. Oh. How many of these fucking things do they have that they sell it in stores by the gallon? Seems like a lot of them they got then. A lot of bugs. It all worked out. Things have really turned around since then. This place is actually pretty popular now. The success in our expanded menu inspired Sam too. He started bringing back the most magnificent ingredients from his nightly dives. Better get back to work. Stay right there, sweetie, and I'll bring you out a treat on my way back out. Sam has got some sort of eel. Oh, buddy, I guess you're the catch of the day. One and only. You look like, well, some kind of eel, I guess. Kind of mopey little guy, huh? I can see it in your eyes. You smell like dusty, dry. Where the hell have you been swimming? Skin feels like sandpaper. Well, she'll figure something out. I think I'll call you Gritty Eel. Silent blue eel, gentle eel, sandpaper, the Gritty Eel. Welcome to Sam and Ida, the one and only Gritty Eel. I hope you enjoy your stay. I mean, not too much. You ever seen a creature like me before? You were pretty far down there. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the first, except there were 2 divers who went before me long ago. Maybe that was before your time. How old are you anyways, I wonder? They ate here once, back in the bad old days. 2 young guys, could have been brothers. Maybe I was over in the corner, my coffee and a crossword. I hadn't been able to catch a thing, so I'd have just fried up something from frozen. Well, these guys were hungry enough to eat it and asked for more. They did at least as much talking as eating. See, like I said before, they were divers, and like I said, they might have been brothers. They had this kind of rivalry going between them or something. Ida was about to write up their check, but I slipped calmly and quietly into the kitchen for a minute. Told her to just keep bringing out food. I figured they wouldn't notice, caught up in their boasting as they were, and I wanted to listen. They were back and forth for hours about all the deep and dangerous dives they'd been on. New tunnels they'd discovered, all the weird creatures they'd encountered at the weirdest depths of Lake Leth. It was like a dance, no, a boxing match. Each story went deeper than the last. Angrily working. Well, that sounds about right for a Sunday afternoon. Or Sunday late evening for you. And I listened to every word of it, memorized every word, and description of every tunnel and diving route they discovered. That's my map now, you see. For 15 years, I've been using the routes those 2 young divers discussed right there at the table. Yeah, I could write a guidebook on the depths of this lake, but I don't dare. Someone would steal my good diving spots, and then where would we be? Some people come here from all over just to try our daily catch because they know it's unique. Ain't you proud? Since I can't write any of it down, I just preserve that table where they had their meals so I can look at it to jog my memory. Like, they were eating pickled crab when they talked about that shipwreck full of salamanders. Pretty clever, huh? It's my own secret code. Well, I'll be straight with you, Grit Eel. There is one feature of this arrangement that I find unsettling. In fact, I lose a decent amount of sleep over it. When I told you these boys were competing, right? One upping each other, I mean each getting wilder and more adventurous as they traded tales. Well, I navigate mostly in the dark down there, just going by touch and all kinds of mental picture I can construct from their detailed boasts. Every time I explore a new diving spot from those recollections, I have to weigh it all against the risk that I'm headed right into a dangerous falsehood. One of those men could have felt for a moment like he was losing some ground on their little duel, so he could have slipped a fake one in there. Maybe he told a fib about some dive he went on and found a colony of blind shrimp living in a discarded refrigerator. But when I get down there, my diving bell cracks open on a sharp rock where he said that fridge would be. That's the end of Sam and Ida's. To be honest, that possibility puts fear of death in me every time I touch water. Are you really booking it fast enough in your diving bell to crack it when you hit a rock instead of it just tilting? He's like Shire, you pronounce them like sure. Yes, Shire. Shire is usually what I've heard, Shire. Not Shire. But like Lester. Yeah, Woost. That's what you get, Woost. Hey Sam, good haul tonight. Oh, we'll see what she can make of it. Yeah, pretty good, I think. I hit some trouble down by the narrow tunnel. Some kind of fast-growing freshwater barnacles just about sealed it up. I picked away for half an hour before I gave up and went around the other way. But I got the catch of the day. That's the important part. That's what people travel for. What's the catch today? What's it? This here grit eel, mopey, sandpapery old eel. Don't know how she'll fix him, but the sandpaper quality ought to do something for, what do they call it? Mouth feel? Like, eating sandpaper is not what I want out of my mouth feel. Hey, what's this blue icon on your name? Oh, yeah. So Twitch enabled a new feature for, they listed it as, like, their example is all about emotes, but they're just like artists who've contributed to your channel. You can give them this badge. You can remove it whenever you want, Cogswell. But I was testing out the feature. I'm just like, well, music is art. I play your music all the time. Let's you got a badge. Not to mention all the random junk you've actually tossed me over the years. At this point, over Discord or whatever. So now, yes, now you can. For emotes and things that are used in your channel, you can flag them directly to the artist, so it will link out to an artist. It'll, like when you click on an emote in that list of information, it'll say made by this person, and it can have a link out to them. That's really cool. I very much appreciate that. As a, made with resources, this is an easy way to link to someone who's made stuff for you. Unfortunately, I have no way to link to the music, aside from the fact that I constantly spam, go to stephencogswell.ca. Looks like a dolphin head or something. Okay, well, I clicked on you for badges, and you have almost 2 full rows of badges on my screen. Jesus, you're... I gotta do a lot of things for this. The only guy who knows your true WebZone pizza role. I mean, you've linked to me enough stuff that I must have like a large section of the things you put on the internet just available via those same websites. I'm very warm right now because I have tea, and this room is already warm. So I'm actually looking as I'm talking to see if the camera is glistening more, and I think it is. I actually think it's helping with the green screen effect. Random aside from where we were, I keep looking up and seeing myself in various positions and being like, hey, the camera's looking better, although I'm looking paler. Cogswell, the man, the myth, the legend, the artist. Someone who claims to know and support you. Wrong website. They normally give. Cogswell.bandcamp.com? What do they do? Oh, they give aught fee. Yeah. That is a yeah. Yeah, there it is. They give out aught fee. Oh, what was that? I clicked into the game and the stream did not like that. Okay. Well, Where were we? Will you stay for dinner for a drink? I've got a dark rum that goes well with coffee. Ooh. It's a bit early for me. We're about to leave, but thanks. Just passing through, aren't we all? Oh, she's got your food ready. Oh, you enjoy your meal, alright? I already forgot what voice I was doing for Sam. We got a shot of them all around this table. The Bed Quilt Ramblers play This World Is Not My Home. Are they down below? Did they just come off their boat and start playing on the docks? Nope, they didn't get off their boat. They rolled up.
I'm just passing through.
Lofty. I don't know if I'd want to use a law firm called Lofty.
Many friends and kin have gone.
You have an Urban Dictionary. Tree, what does this say?
Feel at home in this world anymore.
And with that, fuck you. Yep. Alright.
Friend like you. If heaven's not
That's the website tag says.
oh Lord, what will I do? Angels beckon me to heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world.
Oh, am I supposed to be playing this game still? So I have control of Shannon.
I have a loving mother up in glory land, and I don't expect to stop.
Apparently I wasn't supposed to click the up arrow because we now just gone.
She's waiting now for me in heaven's open door.
Why are we getting back in our dinghy? First of all, the dinghy belongs to this boat, and that's where we're going. Or are we gonna go save Conway? We're dipping off from the rest of the party. We're gonna go back to get Conway.
If heaven's not my home, oh Lord, what will I do?
We're teething this dinghy.
Angels beckon
Listens to the river.
to heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore.
Now we get back on the tugboat. Now the song is done. End of Act 4. Delicate water sounds and delicate synthesizer music. Oh, something got smashed. Oh no, it's the Swirling Massacre. It's the accumulation, I think they call this place. See that? Just looks like a swirling mess of garbage, doesn't it? Well, that's what it is. I don't know why trash seems to collect right there. All the spots of the lake has always been that way. Everyone just navigates around it like it was an island or something. Look closely, you can see some wood scraps from the old canoe rental shop. Gemini Canoe and Firewood. That place was run by twin sisters, Cassie and Paula, I think. This was years ago. they used to rent out canoes to tourists, campers, and pilgrims, folks like that. They must have had some kind of deal with the distillery. You'd always see a couple of hard-time boys posted up on the docks, peddling small bottles to their customers. Thank you, Cogswell, for the redemption. Cassie and Paula worked over those old canoes to death, wrung every penny out of them. They'd only take one out of commission when it was truly, demonstrably dangerous, and couldn't get a refund unless your boat was visibly taken on water. The side business in firewood was a stoke of minor genius. Yeah, this cluttered place makes a dent. Local museum. Makes a decent local museum. It's as good a history as I could ever tell. We arrive at a small houseboat neighborhood that sometimes hosted concerts for the pleasure of its residents, where Clara was scheduled that night to perform. She's on an international tour to a barge city in an underground river and lake area? Man, this game has some weird ideas of what people will do. Like, if that existed, someone would definitely go tour for it. But how would you even find this place to tour here? End of chapter 1, indeed. Ezra stayed on the tugboat to help Clara with her performance. Jubug and Johnny watched the show from the dockyard with the others. Oh, I don't... Oh, she's performing from the tugboat. I want to watch the show. Act 4, Scene 10. We're going. We're still going. Doesn't matter that it felt like the end of the act there with the music and everything. Still going. Recording of cat purring. Fireplace theremin music. We only recorded like 2 sound effects because I missed like an option for 2 more things. Johnny, oh. I remember this. Told you she... Yeah, you don't have to say it. Only because it's always true. Ha ha ha. She played at the flower shop, so Rhino opened. He was having trouble with his tape machine, so he just droned out on the lap steel. He got really into it and went on for, like, forever. Everyone was falling asleep. Not everyone. It's supposed to be 30s gangster. Not everyone. I remember the air was warm and perfumed. You were playing with some petals you found on the floor. I was looking at the ceiling. I remember the ceiling was glass. During the week, that room was a greenhouse. I didn't know where they put all those plants they had bands in. Maybe outside. The weather was nice. It was a nice night. Warm, smelled. What is this text? Is this her singing? Or the others talking? I remember the folding chair. So uncomfortable. Wait. Yeah, we read that. I remember the folding chair. So uncomfortable. But I guess it was their only option. They had to pack everything up during the week. Wait, what accent did I just wander into? She is... See here. They had to pack everything up during the week so there'd be room to display the flowers. Did I pick that voice as her without realizing who she was? Tape stuff sounds good. The kid's doing a good job. Yeah, he's a natural born tape player. So, we were talking about him earlier at the gas station. Sure, I haven't forgotten, Cricket. Cool, yeah, I know. What do you think about you're traveling with us for a while? We're in the back, kind of looking around, people watching. Oh wait, now it's her. So they're talking during her song. Kind of passing, looking around, people watching, passing messages in code. So her song is about watching someone else we've encountered open a flower shop. Or open for a flower shop. In the back, kind of looking around, I remember a cat sleeping on a chair, a girl playing a video game, bearded guy sleeping in a chair with a bowl of chili on his lap. He seemed cool. Scenes are all GTP generated and go on forever, like the rum list. I've read so many rum recipes. That was like a solid half an hour me reading the generated rum recipes. We were a little put off by the smell of the chili. I mean, it was obviously spiked. Even that fresh, fragrant greenhouse, the boozy fumes stung a little. I've heard of cooking chili with a little bit of vodka, but the guy must have made a chili cocktail like a Bloody Mary with beans. I mean, you put potatoes into... No, you don't put potatoes in chili. You put potatoes in a stew. Like a stew. Chili's almost a stew. Jeez. Also, people tell you that real chili doesn't always have something I can't recall. Chili has whatever you want. It's chili. Camera? Are you... It's fine. If I sound hesitant or something. When I met you, we met. We were nothing. Just these little gray shadows when we grew and filled in. Just like we did all that together. Ezra's sure he's just a kid, but he's already a person. What will that do to our system? Our chemistry? Stepped outside in the warm night air. We took a wrong turn in the hallway, ended up in the basement. I remember the air was cool and damp like a cave. I remember the lingering perfume of the greenhouse giving way to an earthy plant smell, like we were digging down into the roots. Oh no, I missed. I wanted to do it was grimy. Instead, we were a little spooked though, so we went outside instead. She just recounting her story like. It's not like a suggestion that she's singing it. It sounds like she's playing the theremin and just saying what she's doing. It was a little spooky though, so we went outside instead. There was a horse tied up in the parking lot. You want to go find him some food. We wandered between some low houses and came out onto an empty street. Hey, I got the masters for the new record back from Lazar. They're okay, but I... What? You listened to them without me? You were at the arcade. I didn't want to throw off your pinball game. Oh, okay. Anyway, there's a few spots where the string distort a little, and the whole thing is way too reverb. Has way too much reverb, but overall, it sounds pretty good. The new drum machine fits right into the mix. Wait. So she didn't want to disturb his pinball game, is immediately just like, you were right. These two know each other really well, because that's just like, alright, you're right. Don't fuck with me while I play pinball. It doesn't matter that the masters for our music came in and you listened to it without me. Don't fuck up my pinball game. The only question is how to do it live. I can't control the drum machine and sing and dance at the same time, and you got your hands full on guitar. Are you proposing that Ezra do it? Because that's a choice. Put the child to play work the drum machine. There was a playground across the street. We stepped into a 24-hour convenience store. We're gonna feed some children to this horse. We're going to the playground. We found a shoebox by the swing set. You wanted to open it, so did I. You opened it, and there was that toad. You put him in your pocket, and he traveled with us for 6 months. What a charmer. Got back to the greenhouse just as Clara was turning up. She relaxed her shoulders, took a deep breath, raised both hands into their precise position, and the room started shaking. Tape recording of TV cooking show. Claire hit a note that made the glass rattle in symphony with the perfect 2 octaves lower. She looked like a sorceress tearing down the building with an effortless ways and some incredible focus, coaxing the empty air into some kind of moaning, the rattling demon. That's the thing about the theremin. It's the only instrument you never touch. I don't understand what the gray text is. I think it's these two, Johnny and Junebug's story, or part of their story, that they're thinking of in relation, or one of them's thinking of in relation to Clara. But that was not clear at any point. Like, I just got to the end of this trying to figure out, like, what the fuck is happening with this text. Who's thinking it, who's saying it. You could see a wave of concern propagating through the greenhouse. People looked up at the trembling glass ceiling, looking at each other to see if anyone else was worried, trying to catch Clara's eye and discern if she was doing it on purpose or not, if she was really trying to bury us all in glass. Subscribe to your Crudge Reads Random Run Recipes podcast. That would be a mistake. No one needs to listen to me for any extended period. Seems excessive for me, but hey, video games. I'm just saying, maybe we could use a third pair of hands up there. Oh. Think you could teach that kid to play a drum machine? Ma'am, I could teach a dog to play a drum machine. That'll be our backup plan. For the tense 5 minutes, we were the audience, alternated between fearing for our lives and lamenting hers that could have given her the kind of emotional experience to play this devastating song. Then slowly, gently, Clara's hands came to rest, the theremin went quiet and the glass stopped rattling, and the room relaxed unharmed. Okay. I guess there are more scenes in Act 4. I guess we're still going. I'm at 5 hours and 12 minutes for one interlude and Act 4. This whole game is only supposed to take 10 hours. At least that's what it says on How Long to Beat. I met a photographer once, I mean... Oh, this is, Will. Wise Will. I met a photographer once. I mean, one in particular. She even took my portrait. Can't imagine why. She said it would immortalize me. It was a metaphor, of course. She meant I'd never be forgotten. I'm losing the ability to read. She was disembarking, not far from here, actually. The film fell out of her bag and was borne away by the current. I was working on deck at the time. Shot me a sad, apologetic glance, but I wasn't bothered. It's no shame to be forgotten. All our passengers, 2 lighter, disembarked at the mail stop by the silo. They couldn't seem to get that old truck started up again, but we managed to roll it off the barge with only a minor scrape or 2. At the last minute, Clara decided to travel with them for a while. Kate and I said goodbye to our friends, new and old, and the Mucky Mammoth rambled down the Echo. Alright, scene 12. Go. The Silo of Late Reflections, where the WPTV, they're on your side. Echoing unintelligible voices. What is this small place like, Dogwood Drive? It's in a small town, or... I don't really know. I've got the manifest the old man had in his truck here, reading. Licensed Antiques, mail order delivery, no return address, shipping address, 5 Dogwood Drive, packing list. There's just numbers. I guess the inventory numbers of the antiques he was supposed to be delivering. Anyways, I'm glad you're coming with us. Yes, I'm always eager to see more of the country. I enjoy the company. I'll have to find a bus or train to get it to Nashville by evening. Oh, well, they have buses everywhere, right? Or hey, I could drive you to Nashville. Seems I have a truck now, only How are we gonna get it up these stairs? Another route, a tunnel or something. No way up, no way out but up. Could wait for the mammoth to come back around and take us a little farther down, but that won't be until late afternoon. Looks like we're making the rest of this trip on foot. I don't even know what's in there. What if it's too much to carry? Nah, we've been loading and unloading gear since the start, since we were young. We've been loading and unloading gear since the stars were young. We're our own roadies, right? We've got expertise. Alright, Cricket, let's get this delivery packed and tied into bundles. We're hiking it upstairs. What's in there? Antiques, I guess. Antiques. Yep, antiques are... It's like junk, but people will pay for it. Oh. Sorry, I guess you'll be taking the bus after all. It's okay, it will be an adventure. And in sighs and stretches. Tired? Tired? Don't worry, lady. We're almost there. We have no idea we don't know what the antiques are yet. And why are there multiple sizes of tire just left on this dock? Oh geez, that does not look like a stable ass set of stairs spiraling its way up. Evac? Game? End of Act 4! I guess we're finishing this game tomorrow because there ain't no way we're doing Act 5 now. Heck, we're not even going to start this. We got another prelude. Well, no, I'm sorry. We have another interlude. And then we have the epilogue, I think, because this one's scratched out differently and we can't even read the text. This isn't a stream artifact eating the text. It's just not there.